Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Hello everyone and welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Today we're having round 4 and I'm honored to be joined by Grandmaster David Pruess. Welcome David at the show.
Hi Kachi, nice to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm excited to do the show with you too. I've been watching the first 3 rounds of the tournament, so it'll be fun to watch every minute of this round with you.
That's great. Likewise too. Let's take very quickly the format of the Grand Prix circle of this year. So we do have 3 tournaments, David, and we do have 16 players divided into 4 groups, and they're playing a round robin event, and we do have a knockout system, and we do have Grand Prix points here. These players are fighting for the candidates tournament in 2022. And David, what the winner gets?
Yeah, the winner would get 13 points here. That's what Hikaru got at the first of these tournaments. Everyone playing is going to get to play in 2 of these events. So winning 13 points in one event would be great, but you need to have a decent performance in both events to get through into the candidates to be one of the top 2 players here. So you can see so far how many points everybody has. Hikaru with 13, Levon with 10, Lanier with 7 in that first tournament. The only person in the top 4 there who's playing in this second leg right here is Richard Rapport, who was one of the semifinalists in Berlin.
That's right. This is his last tournament for this circle at this year. And let's very quickly take a look at the recap of the round 3, because we do have Rufford in here as he managed to win a beautiful game yesterday against Vidit.
Yeah, and he needed it. Vidit had won his first 2 games and was kind of running away with that section. And in this format where it's a double round robin with 4 players, you get 6 rounds, and the top player of those 4 people after 6 rounds advances to the knockout stage. It's pretty tight to qualify, and if somebody gets 2 wins at this level, usually they can qualify just off of a few more draws, and so there would be no more drama normally. But Rapport managed to beat Vidit, so he both got his first win and he gave Vidit his first loss, drew even with him in the standings. And that's a super, super necessary point if Rapport wants to qualify for the knockouts again and put himself in position to get into the candidates. It would definitely, I think you definitely need to get into the knockout stage in both your events if you want to get enough total points to get into the candidates. I haven't run a bunch of math on it, but I think he needed it. And for me, that game leads to a big question today, which is how does Vidit bounce back?
That's a very good question, as Spirit very openly says in the interviews that he had once approached a tournament status still. He started really well, but then he could not even manage to make draws where he needed. But instead he was losing and losing. He also had quite heartbreaking results in the first leg of the Grand Prix. He started so nicely here, 100% in 2 rounds. And yesterday, I was so badly outplayed by Report, who got a little bit of the advantage in the opening, and then very, very slowly he just squeeze all the Vidit's pieces and get some big of the advantage as well as material. But what about Giri? He sacrificed his queen, and then in the end the game ended in a draw. But what a beautiful sacrifice by Mr. Giri.
Yeah, he's actually probably given us the most excitement pretty much of anybody so far this tournament, right? 2 wins, and then in his 1 draw, he sacrificed his queen. He had 1 really nice win where he was also sacrificing against Vityugov, who is his closest competitor in the standings right now in Group B, but crushed him with sacrifices as well. So Giri, I think he's looking really, really strong. I mean, I would bet on him to qualify out of his group, because even when drawing with Black, it was looking like he was just really feeling good. So I'm happy to see that.
That's right. I'm also happy to see Giri playing so well, as I put him in my fantasy team as a player who can be qualified to the candidates tournaments. But it's a long way until there. Giri has to first get the best Grand Prix points at this event, and then a 3rd Grand Prix event will be on the way in Germany. But before that, what happened to Shirov? He lost so badly yesterday against Fedosiev, and I kind of had a feeling he didn't even get out from the opening stage, and he lost the game just because he could not end the development.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like Shirov is struggling a little bit in this tournament. He was doing fine in the first Grand Prix, you know. I mean, he's obviously older than the other players. It was exciting to see him have this resurgence at the FIDE Grand Swiss and make his way into the Grand Prix here. But so far this week, it's just looking really tough for him.
Yeah, it's getting tough and tough for him. Let's take a look at the scores, and we can see what we're just talking about. Shirov and the Grushchik are really suffering in their groups. They both have half a point out of 3 rounds, and it's getting really, really tricky for them. And Drake and Sam Shankland are sharing 1st, 2nd places in Group A. Then we have Group B, Giri being a sole leader for 2 rounds in a row. The same situation happens in the round Group C, where we have 2 leaders, Robert and Gujarati. They are sharing 1st, 2nd places. And then David can
and of course Group
talk
D
about the D group.
Group D for draw. And yeah, we've said the least about them so far, because there hasn't really been any kind of a storyline there just yet. I mean, honestly, with only 4 players, this is a very expected situation at this level of chess. It takes a lot to win a game. It just really takes a lot. And if everybody is playing well and not giving up any easy mistakes, it definitely looks like a single win might be enough to take Group D.
It looks like.
And, really, really tiny elite round robins. They would sometimes have round robins with as few as 6 players. And sometimes it would be enough to win 1 game to come out on top sometimes. So that's what it's going to be in this sort of mini Group D round robin here. Today's matchups are the first rematches of this tournament. So everybody's played everybody once. Now we get back to round 1 pairings, but with colors flipped. And chance for us except in Group D. There's nobody who needs any revenge.
Peaceful group.
Yeah. I think Group A, Shanklin against Buckrow, is going to be a really important game for Sam Shanklin and for that group. Both Shanklin and Andreken have 2 whites coming up in the second half, so they're definitely, it's more likely that one of those 2 would qualify to the final phase. Yeah, so you want to watch both of them with white today. They're going to be trying to press that advantage, try and find a position that's uncomfortable for their opponent. Yeah, I'd put my money on Sam today. And then if you look over to Group B, Vityugov will probably want to win with white to try and catch up with Giri. But honestly, if Giri keeps playing as he's playing, nobody can catch up with him. Maybe the better question is, Ketty, do you think Giri is going to keep racking up the score or start playing more solid grandmaster style at some point?
You know what, even if he starts to play very solid chess and makes a lot of draws, he has so much of the advantage already so far. It will be just enough for him, right? We really have very interesting matchups as now they switch the colors. The games will start very soon, but guys, don't lose a second and use this time. I know David already voted.
I did.
And I know he voted a lot of draws today, and I know whom he thinks that he's gonna win today. So don't forget to vote on results today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select the game, click vote, and guess the results. Voting ends after 10th move of the start of the game, and these guys are playing really fast in the opening. So just use this time, go right now and vote to the results.
We'll see if anybody in chat can out predict me on those results.
I can say David was voting draw, and I was like, oh no, don't do that again. As we had yesterday, a lot of draws. Yesterday we had 6 draws and only 2 decisive games. Of course, we had beautiful draws, beautiful games. But as chess commentators and the chess fans and the spectators, we really want more and more decisive results in here. So yeah, let's see. We're gonna just wait for last minute, I think, David. They will start in really shortly now, as it's already 3 p.m. Central European time. And I believe all the players are ready to play the first moves. Let's get all the boards on our screen and check out the first moves. What do you think? How many e4s? How many d4s? That's a very usual question here.
How many e4s and how many d4s? Good question. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Maybe 3 e4s, 5 d4s. We'll count knight f3 as d4 today.
All right. You can do also c4. We can count as a d4.
Yeah. I won't claim credit for b3. That'll not count for my d4 tally. But yeah, I'm gonna guess more d4s, more closed openings.
Yeah, let's wait a little bit. They will start in a few seconds, I believe, or even a minute, but we're here and waiting for them to start. David, before we got to we don't have the moves yet. Let's take a very quick look at the time format. What do we have here?
Oh yeah, you always want to know how much time you have before you start a game. So an hour and a half. And that hour and a half is supplemented by 30 seconds per move. So times 40 moves, another 20 minutes. So it's just under 2 hours, 10 minutes less than 2 hours for those first 40 moves. And then they get 30 minutes added at move 40. continuing with that 30-second increment. So the time control is just a little bit, just a tiny bit faster than what I'm used to, but just by a few minutes. And yeah, with the 30-second increment, you won't see any flagging. Nothing.
We won't see any flagging, but we have seen some missed chances in both of the Grand Prix legs that the players were down to 1 minute. And they made crucial mistakes there at this point. Also, Vidit was struggling pretty much yesterday on the clock, as he had only 1 minute and had to make 15 or 16 more moves. And also, we have very often Grishuk being in the time problems in most of his games. So once again, let's take a look at the group stage. Very important round here. We might have some players, for instance, if Giri wins, he will go a lot ahead of the rest of the team, and that's going to be really crucial, for instance, for Hari Krishna. This is his second tournament already. Vitigov and Tabatabai just joined the event. And also in the group D, we do have this very strong field. I have seen Maxim's thoughts, the interview of Maxim, who said that he was thinking that this could happen in this way, as the field is very strong, and that's quite normal, and he expected it. So let's quickly.
Oh, sorry. What did you want to do? I have a question for you too, if you want.
Yes, so you have to ask a question, because what I want to do, then we cannot ask questions.
My question is, do you have some predictions of who you think, because you've watched every round, do you have some predictions of who you think will progress to the knockout stage from these different groups? I would guess Group D would be the hardest to predict, but
oh yeah, it is hardest to predict, especially when all these players are just new and they have just came at the Grand Prix stage. And David, meanwhile, I think he saved us, all of us, from a break, as while you were asking me a question, we got the moves, and right now all of them are appearing on the screen.
I'm just going through and counting E4s.
Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I'm already wrong.
5. That's 5 E4s.
Oh my goodness, completely wrong. What shame.
No, don't take that hard on you. Which game would you like to check out the first?
Wow, this is a move I haven't seen in a long time. Queen F3 in the Bishop G5 Najdorf from Predke. And it looks like the move's unusual enough that he's got Maxim thinking in the opening. Maxim, huge Najdorf player, as probably everybody watching already knows without us telling them that. So if you can find a line in the Najdorf he hasn't prepared, that's an important help.
Right. David, instead of Queen F3, there is F4, the main move, also Queen D2 to develop the queen in that way. And F4 has been played for 13,000 times. 13,000. So this move, Queen F3, can you imagine? It's just cuts all these 13,000 games and says like, I'm going my own there on the king side and attack the black king.
Honestly, I feel like I've played F4 13,000 times just myself on my own in my Blitz games. So yeah, Queen F3 gets a first thought out of Maxime, but he decides not to think forever and just play a pretty obvious defensive move with Bishop E7 developing. What might be the idea of Queen F3 versus F4? What does it allow White to do that they can't do with F4? Well, it definitely allows a quick queenside castling. But how is White going to play beyond queenside castling?
Yeah. The idea, what I know here for of this queen f3 move is that very often black plays b5 and starts to attack on the queen side before castling the king on the king side. And now, as the queen is already on this diagonal, b5 is really allows white to push e5 and create a double attack on the knight on f6 and the rook to a8. So I play this kind of position suit black, and I know after queen f3 I have to be really careful not to push b5 without thinking twice.
Yeah, so I mean, in practice, black often puts a queen on c7 in order to play b5 and answer e5 with bishop to b7. But then there's going to be tactics involving white maybe sacking on b5, taking with the knight, hitting the queen. So one of the main things that black has to figure out is, can they even play b5? Right? Does it work out tactically to set up b5? Or do they forget about b5 for the moment and just develop all the pieces, you know, queen c7, knight d7, maybe rook b8 to get off that diagonal, take a lot of time and eventually come with that counterplay. On e5, bishop b7, pawn takes knight, bishop f3. There's also some lines you have to calculate where white plays e5, you play bishop b7, white takes the knight, gives up the queen, and tries to take a bunch of black pieces.
Oh, wow.
But I don't see that quite working just yet, but that's another theme to calculate for black. Now let's say black just quietly develops and doesn't play b5. What else is white going to do?
Yeah, black has to play here either queen c7 or knight d7. Just because queen is on f3 and not on d file, white also threatens very often e5 push. And as black cannot take this pawn, knight can jump over, and then the queen in the end on d8 will be hanging. For this reason, black has to first take care of this queen to play either queen c5 or queen a5, queen somewhere to that diagonal, or knight d7 to avoid e5, to cut the diagonal, and also to develop the pieces on the queen side.
Yeah. I'm still struggling to understand what white's going to do next, which is kind of how you have to play the opening, is by reading into what your opponent's doing, right? So if you're in Maxim's shoes here, you have to quickly figure out, like, is the point of queen f3 to play g4? Is the point of queen f3 to transfer the queen to h3 at some point? He has to really predict, what does this move tell him about where white's pieces are going? There's no f4, f5. Is white going to play bishop d3, rook he1 and develop all the pieces without any pawn storming? And then maybe start putting the knights on d5 and f5, thanks to a really fast development.
Yeah, that looks very like a good idea. Can it be something like bishop c4, bishop b3?
Right, could also get the bishop.
Yeah, not to push the pawns yet. What white cannot do really here is to bring this queen to g3, which happens very often when queen gets very early into the game. Is now after queen g3, knight h5 can force the white to trade the dark square bishop and trade more pieces, which is just in favor of black's side.
Yeah. Yeah. And even that, you know, depends on some very specific calculation, whether or not queen g3, knight h5, you know, bishop e7, knight g3, just counting all those things. It seems like there's a lot of pretty concrete tactics around what moves white or black can't do here as they fight around for the development. And yeah, Predke castled queenside pretty quickly, and Maxim's back to thinking. So I think he has kind of caught Maxim out a little bit with this preparation. And my understanding is that at this level here, the super grandmaster world championship cycle level, that it's pretty important to try and find somewhere that you can take your opponent out of their comfort zone, because they have so many comfort zones.
True.
So
That's true.
Yeah. Seems like a successful start for Predke. And before we move to another board, I'll just say one last thing about this. I feel like this queen f3 move might be associated with developing the bishop and the rook rather than with pawn storming, because I don't feel like this move goes well with rushing the f pawn. I don't think it makes a lot of sense with a quick g4, g5 either, or a quick h4, h5. I've been puzzling about this for a while, and I think white might just be developing all the pieces here.
Yeah, that can be the issue. Why don't we take the bird eye view and check out the other games if we have some interesting developments. For instance, the game of Sam Shankland and Etienne Bakr are going to be very interesting, as Black accepted the sacrifice, and white got a beautiful center with the pawns. That's the game on the top, on the left side. This can be very interesting.
Yeah, it's a queen's gambit truly accepted, right? I mean, Black really took the pawn, and Sam played e4 on move 3, which is a line for white to play if they're really happy to play a gambit. So this is one of the sharper lines of the queen's gambit. I know the queen's gambit 90% of the time, or maybe 99% of the time, feels like not a gambit and just sort of a slow squeezing positional pressure opening. But here we've got a truly sharp variation of it today.
Before we go diving in deep all these games, like one game, can we very quickly take a brief look to all the games, as today's round is so important for many of the players and for each groups. For instance, let's start with the game of Andreikin and the Grishchuk. That's the left side on the top.
Yeah. So Grunfeld with Queen D2. I've played this for the first time in my career last year for white. This line, I associate this line with Vladimir Kramnik because typically Black's going to trade on D4, trade queens on D2. And you're going to get an early endgame with, white having this D pawn that gains space in the endgame. So yeah, I mean, it's a topical line. They'll probably know some things about it. I enjoyed playing it. I think, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Do you play this line for either color?
I play with white color, and yeah, I like to play it too. It seems to be the theory there, but very often Black starts to take the pawn on d4 and then to give me a check, so it also transposes to that line. And David, talking about interesting positions, what happens in the game on Fedoseev and Roper? That is the board right below the Andreikin and Grishchuk's game.
Oh yeah, that board looks quite messed up, actually. I mean, glancing at it, it's kind of immediately confusing what they're even playing here. Goodness. I mean, you can't even really recognize the opening. I guess it was a Petrov. But how did white get the pawn to d5? Like, how does that make any sense?
We can guess, or we can actually check it out. How we get in there. Let's check it out.
It's a really messed up position. I mean, it's a very open position, all the pieces out. So development is going to be super, super crucial. I guess Black's trying to force the knight out of b8. If they don't get the knight off of b8 soon, they could run into trouble. You want me to check what opening it was? Petrov.
Oh, the fast one. Wow, that's a nice guess. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So they traded, got this hanging pawn structure. Bishop g5, and that's how the queen ended up on d5. And here white played d5. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that d5 move before.
Wow, yeah, that's very interesting. Interesting that we don't have much of the games here, and already at this point we have few games. However, d5 has been played.
Okay.
In several games, and here the main moves are bishop e4 is one of the main move. Queen c5 is main move, and also queen c7 is the main move. In the game, queen c5 happened. This attacks the bishop on c4, and now queen b3 was played to guard the bishop. d5. b5 has been in the games in the database. That also happened in the game. And there is bishop e2, bishop e4, and that's all I have.
Okay, so that's basically they're just getting out of opening theory. I mean, rapport with over an hour and a half on the clock may have planned for this. Maybe the queen a5 move is slightly rare. It seems more solid to just put the queen on c7 to begin with, defending your bishop. And defending the b7 pawn, which is just going to allow you to complete development as black. But the queen a5 move is a bit more complicated. And d5 from white is based on the threat of d takes c6 and that bishop on d6 being undefended. So queen c5 defended that. White went after b7. Black saves b7 with that move. So everything up to here, totally logical. In this position, in addition to bishop e4, Black maybe has the option to take on d5.
Yeah, what I can see, David, in this opening is that d5 was an unusual move. And you just mentioned, and instead of d5, there is a lot of games of knight h4. So this knight hits the light square bishop. The bishop goes on e6. And white takes that bishop, black takes the bishop on g5, dark square bishop, and then white plays bishop b3, knight d7, and seems to be in the peaceful position.
That does seem like a peaceful position.
Yes, that's a peaceful position. But here Fedosiev knows that he is half a point behind of the Richard and also Vidit, and this is his chance to try to go for a win, and he starts to complicate the position and also plays something unusual here with d5.
Yeah, and by the way, Fedosiev versus Rapport, I mean, this is their fourth time playing in a month, because they were in the same group in the Berlin Grand Prix as well as in this Grand Prix, right? So in the Berlin Grand Prix, Rapport beat Fedosiev with black in the last round in order to qualify for the knockout phase. And it was quite a game. Oh man, that's a game that I've played through many times. I'm still studying it to this day. I imagine Fedosiev put in some time on it. And I think that he played well against Rapport in their first game at this tournament. And so the game I'm really interested in and thinking about all the time that he lost to Rapport is the kind of game that could really attack your confidence against an opponent, because it felt like the kind of position where you would expect to never lose as a super grandmaster, and Rapport just slowly and methodically beat him in that position. So I imagine it's the kind of game that gives you the feeling of like playing against Magnus Carlsen, right? That feeling of like, oh my gosh, there's nothing I can do against this player. Like, I can't even understand how they're outplaying me. But Fedosiev, he's picked himself up. He's done some work, and he's playing with full confidence against Rapport in this section. So definitely, D5 shows that confidence. He's going for something aggressive and complicated, and looking to try to win this game and qualify by beating Rapport and taking over first place in the group.
I agree that for many of the chess players, when they have some heartbreaking losses, important losses in the last round or in knockouts, that the opponent and the person becomes a bit unpleasant to play. And now we have this tournament rather really fast in like few weeks after the first leg of the Grand Prix. But at this level, these players have very good seconds and the coaches. And I kind of have a feeling that this is the direction which probably the team of Fedoseev had this yesterday at the chessboard, and they were considering that Rapport will play this opening and let's surprise him with d5. But David, look at us. We're talking about surprises, and I just looked at the clock of Robert. Is that 32, or I need to start to use glasses?
Yeah, Rapport was clearly not surprised by the move d5, I would say. So if Fedoseev was preparing a surprise, it wasn't a surprise. Yeah.
Or he came up with this surprise by himself, not by the team, as he spent quite some time already. 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, I mean, possibilities for white from this position. You can trade on c6 with the idea that if black develops the knight, maybe you try to win a pawn on b5. So that's one idea for white. And if black has to recapture on c6 with the bishop. Oh, but maybe bishop f3 is even more complicated.
Oh, can we make this on the board?
Yeah, we can put some moves on the board. So everybody, this is not like the live position, but we're just going to put some surprising moves on the board. So black's going to take, and then try and grab this piece. White can play c7, trapping the rook. And I think that black can win here with queen f4. So that's like the important detail, because it looks like black's losing the pieces back, but you play queen f4 and the threat of checkmate on g2. This is a common way to win a piece, by the way, in chess, is queen to this square here, forcing g3, taking this, and then clean up the game. So d takes c6 might not even be playable. I mean, black might just win with bishop f3 right there. So in that case, another candidate move I had for white in this position was bishop e3. And the idea of bishop e3 is, which makes almost no sense, right? You're forcing black to take your hanging pawn on d5. But at least the reason I thought of it was to then follow up with c4. And the point is we got the bishop off this square, so we can play knight g5, and we can play bishop c4 if black trades and get quick pressure against f7. If black doesn't trade on c4, of course, we regain the sacrificed pawn on b5, right? But against pawn takes, bishop takes, I'm hoping to play knight g5, you know, maybe on queen h5 I can't.
Queen h5 and bishop f3 is a really annoying threat here for black. However, instead of a c4, can white try to sacrifice a pawn and play for some initiative with rook f to d1? Targeting the queen. If you take the queen on b3, then I'll take a takes b. I open up my rook on a file, and by the way, this pawn a7 will be hanging. I hit the bishop on d6, and now black has to make a really important decision where to bring this bishop. And most important is that the knight on b8 will not have any easy time to develop, as d7, a6 squares are controlled by white's rook.
Nice. Sacking a pawn and then immediately trading queens. But yeah, this is a lot of pressure for black. They've got 3 less pieces fighting than white. So it's yeah, that's rough. Huh, that's a cool idea.
Yeah.
Rook d1.
When you see these games too much.
Rook d1, yeah. And it stops this whole queen h5 nonsense, because you can take here.
Yeah. There was one situation. I was doing a commentary of World Cup, and I was inspired by Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, how he was sacrificing a pawn out of nowhere, and he was trying to play on the initiative, and it was so beautiful. He was doing quite often. And then I had a tournament in short time, and I decided to be also very creative. And I had a hard time to take my pawns back. So
okay,
sort of technique that I believe it needs to work out, and you need to have more practice to sacrifice a pawn for initiative, because in this very position, black has only the issue of the knight. If black solves this knight issue, then white will have one pawn less on the board.
Yeah, so it didn't immediately work out for you to just try and play like
I was trying. I was trying.
Yeah. Interesting. But I think that's a really fun thing to do, to go to a tournament and try and play like some particular player. I think is a very fun exercise.
Yes, David, there is something crazy happening in one of the games. Let's very quickly take the bird eye view. And I think you can guess what I'm referring. That's the game of Sam Shankland and Etienne Bacro. Look at this pawn on b3 attacking the queen.
Yeah, there's two queens attacked. I feel like I've seen this position recently, but it was slightly different. Yeah. Okay. So two queens attacked. It's probably leading to a queen trade. Probably Sam doesn't want to retreat the queen here. So complicated. So he could trade queens and then push e5. Or what else? I mean, retreating the queen is maybe possible. It just doesn't feel good. If you retreat the queen, the black queen can go to c5, keeping c4 defended.
Knight g4 will be next threat.
Yeah. If white doesn't win the pawn on c4, then white's pieces are all, bottled up and terrible. So white really has to break through the c4 square. So I don't see how you could retreat the queen and let black play queen c5 right now.
David, as the things are getting really sharp and spicy, why don't we take our first break for today, as we have not did it, but we promise that we're going to have a fire on many of today's sports and the games, so don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everyone, at FIDE Grand Prix. And as we promised, we'll be back shortly. And David, the things are heating up here at all the boards. So let's take a look at the all the boards as we have no results so far, and check out what is happening in all the games.
Okay, in all the games. Well, I think that the games overall are a bit more exciting than average, bit more exciting than I would have predicted, bit more exciting than average, more E4s than I predicted as well. And if you look around, the most stable game would be Vichugov against Hari Krishna. That's the one that looks like the closest to being a long positional struggle. Other games are pretty wild, including the Shanklin game that we had just started on. It got a queen trade. Bakro's got 3 terrible isolated C pawns against 1 B pawn. The B pawn's not that great either, but I think the position's quite favorable for Sam here, since he's going to recover the pawn on C4 and have his pieces in good position. So I expect that to be a positional advantage for Sam. On Draken versus Grishuk, I don't love that White had to play E5 so quickly to block out the G7 bishop and avoid the pressure on D4. The one game that I had this as White, what I did to defend D4 was I quickly played bishop B5 takes C6. And I wonder if Grishuk played some move order where he played A6 as soon as possible to avoid that. But I think Black's looking fine in that endgame at this point. So yeah, so then the crazier games are probably the Petrov that we saw, where Fedoseev sacrificed a pawn. The game between Shirov and Vidit, which we haven't talked about yet, a open Rui Lopez. Critical moment right now.
Tempting. Let's take a very, very close look to the game of Shirov and Vidit.
Okay.
As at some point our chat was screaming out, guys, let's take us to the game of Shirov and Vidit, because also for me, I am not aware of this opening, and I think that something is going really, really crazy here, because I see weakness on E4, I see weakness on E6, and I see a serious threat now, Queen H5 check or Queen G4, and starts to pick up those pawns. So yeah. What is happening?
It feels like one way or another, a queen trade is actually likely to happen and diffuse some of the excitement about this crazy pawn structure, because, the knight's threatening these 2 squares here. If Black takes the knight, White has Queen H5 check to recapture the piece. That's the only choice. Otherwise, White's down a piece, so they'd be forced into that. Black would play G6, Queen here. And so Black could get this position. And Black can't win the pawn on E5, I don't think, because of bishop F6.
Right, and what we wins a piece in this position, but also in this end game, White seems to be very strong, and this bishop is just a stronger piece, better piece than the knight, because look at this only opens file that is controlled by the bishop. And Black cannot get the rooks on the file. And here, I don't know, moves like King F7 to try to connect these 2 rooks will be file for Rook D1, Rook D7 threats. And Black has to be really, really careful. Maybe not to drop the E5 pawn, but even
okay.
this,
in a different move order.
Yeah, even if knight takes an E5 bishop F4, or White can also start to, try to.
Can do something like this, F5. Maybe. We've got time to get to the D file. Yeah, and I would say what's really, really, really hurting Black in this position is the G7 pawn being on G6. That's just really given up the dark square, so this bishop can't be challenged anymore, which then, as you said, means you can't challenge the file either. So I think that looking at that after knight G5, I kind of don't like bishop takes G5 because of being forced to play this G6 move. And it makes me prefer, from Black's perspective, to trade queens first and then trade off this knight that's attacking all my pawns. But keeping the pawn on G7, I think, really is going to change this endgame completely. And Black should probably be okay with this move order, because now you can play, H6, and you can just get this bishop out of your way with G5. You'll be able to play Rook D8 as needed. And my guess would be that that's playable and that that's what Vidit is going to go for here is queen takes D1. So that should probably keep that position from being too crazy. Sorry for all my friends out there who like crazy positions.
Yes, we want it to be crazy. What I can say is that after queen trade, white has less results in of victory in that positions because of this G7 pawn. So it makes such a big difference here. You take this bishop on knight on G5 and allow white to give you a check. Then you have to play G6. This weakens just all the dark squares. And yeah, there are some games which did not really end it happily for black. But in the games of queen trade first, there's also queen d5 there. If you don't want to trade the queens, if you want still to keep the queen on the board, you can play queen d5. And you know what? If white wants to trade the queens, you will get e takes d5 and make your pawns looking better, and your e4 pawn will be also guarded. e5 will be on the other hand hanging. So this is very good position for black. And if you don't take this queen on d5, then black will be the one who will first start to capture e-pawns, and e5 right now is under attack.
Yeah, I was thinking queen d5 might be another alternative move. It sounds like this is still opening theory. It sounds like you know for sure that there have been games with all these different moves.
Yeah, sometimes it gets really crazy how all these top guys in the Grandmasters know the games that has been played by others, which makes the rest of us look really bad, because very often we even don't remember our own games.
It's true.
The truth is the truth, and we cannot help it.
I'm in pain seeing Vidit take on G5 and get forced into playing G6. That seems like clearly the worst of the three candidate moves in this position. And it's not a deep tactic, and it's not a crazy evaluation. It's just like you need that pawn on G7 to anchor some dark squares. The variations are rather short. And
that's surprising. And now castle, for instance, what happens if white just declines to trade the queens and then activates the bishop on h6, h4, h5? I don't know why he played this move.
So you're thinking he could
queen g3 or queen g4 even to hit the both pawns on e6 and e4.
Okay, so you're looking to play h4, h5. Plus this bishop's got a lot of scope to do things. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the nice thing about castling by Vidit is if white wants to put the bishop on g5 and f6, at least castling was a lot better than trading on g5. because now if white trades, black gets time to bring out their rook and get onto the d file. But yeah, I mean, I'm really worried for Vidit after yesterday's game. And, you know, Keddy and I were talking about this before we started the show, but we've seen Vidit a couple times have a great start to a tournament and then have a bad end to the tournament. And he started this tournament with 2 wins, no draws, just win-win. And, you know, it was a full point in the lead. And then he lost such a terrible game round 3. And so there's some concern. How will he do? Will he be able to turn things around here today? Right. Vidit, you know, feeling like a little bit of a streaky player in 2022. So
yeah, I agree with that. And read it on the screen right now. You guys can see 27 too many times. His rating is 27, and his age is also 27. He's 22nd in the world, and in India he's number 2 rated player. He has quite a fan base. And he became very active in also social media recently. And he has some sort of YouTube channel that he creates videos. So his fans can see what's the situation at the chess tournaments, what kind of fun he has usually. And this is very nice from chess players' perspective. And David, how do you feel about this? Like myself, I kind of have a feeling because of pandemic, a lot of chess players, especially top chess players, realize that it's important to have very close contact to your fans and to share some of your, I can't say personal side, but the other side rather than chess games. So, and the people goes crazy to see what they are eating, what they're, for the people they're hanging out. And this is so interesting. What are your thoughts about this new phenomenon in chess world?
I think that it's great, but the players need to find the right balance and limit to it, right? Because I mean, ultimately, to be a 2,700 plus grandmaster, you need to be working really, really hard on chess. Now, I'll say, I think Vidit is an extremely hard worker. So like, I'm not trying to, by bringing this up, I'm not trying to say anything about any problem with Vidit or anything like that. I think he does a good job on this. But, you know, it's also easy to spend too much time into the things other than chess, the social media, right? You could spend too much time tweeting or thinking about that kind of stuff, right? So here's one of the biggest traps, I think, is if you're playing your game and while you're playing it, you're thinking about what are people saying in chat rooms about me while I'm playing, right? On Twitch and around the world or on YouTube, etc. What am I going to say after this game? You know, how am I going to explain my loss or celebrate my win? What's something clever I can post on Twitter? A lot of times people want to be clever on the internet. And I think that if you're thinking about that, that's not clever. You need to be thinking about your game while you play it, right? And I had a really strong feeling during Wake on Zay where I started seeing, you know, Karyakin taking that short draw and then tweeting, say no to 2,900 or whatever. And I'm thinking like, did you actually think about your game? Did you try to play chess, or are you just sitting at the board composing tweets in your head? That would be my concern for the players, is if they're getting too much into that area where it's a distraction.
Yeah, I think that's right. Some or very particular grandmaster got too much himself on the tweet, and we really don't wish that happened. But now we're talking about the chess games. Let's stay still positive, and let's bring our bird eye view and check out what is happening in the other games, David. And that game of Sam and Etienne is something that we wanted to take a look. So I say that one of the pawns are off the board. So Black now has 2 bad pawns. So let's take a look at that game closely.
Okay, sure. And I'm slightly surprised by which pawn Sam took. I thought that he was going to be trying to get rid of the c4 pawn first, right? Because he had the option to bring the d2 knight to c4 and capture the pawn, and the knight on d4 looked like it was on a good square. So I'm a little surprised that he captures the retreating pawn before the attacking pawn.
Maybe he was avoiding bishop b4,
right?
Because now knight c2 controls b4 square, and if you take a knight on c4, bishop b4 comes with a check, and you don't have this pretty looking move king f2 that you would like to play after f3, as bishop c5 might be sometimes pin of the knights.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what would happen, right, with this variation here. This would feel like what white wants to do. Maybe he doesn't want a trade on c4 followed by e5 and the dark squared bishop's coming off the board. But it seems like white has a clear plus there as well. I mean, I don't know if you see some other real problem with white's position, but it looks like all the white pieces develop very quickly here. And if white can get the rooks out first, then black could have some problems on c6.
Yeah, it's pretty looking position for white. All pieces look good. There's no any weaknesses. B2 pawn is a little bit out there alone, but it's for now it's not under attack, and white will not have any difficulties to guard it. Knight f5 comes on the way. Yeah, seems like interesting decision, but I still have this kind of feeling that white took first the c2 pawn just to avoid bishop b4 check.
Right. So knight takes c2 played first, right? That's the position in the game. Now we would expect this bishop will have to go to c5 instead of c4. And the question is that diagonal not a bit annoying for white when black takes it? Maybe, oh, he could take on c4 and then push b4 and just deal with that bishop without trading it, huh?
Good. I like this idea, and to have this alternative to play bishop b2 and to control this long diagonal.
You can play knight e4 with the idea, knight c4 with the idea of b4, and not have to trade that piece. Okay. So I am, but Crow's position looks pretty unpleasant to me. In either case.
Yeah, here what he can do is he's going to lose c4 pawn. He cannot hold that. And he might find himself into the end game where c6 will be weakness and white will target that. How about to give up this pawn and make white's pawn also looking as
right, close the c file.
as a single as the pawn on c6 looks.
Yeah, it could be done. I just I feel like black's problem is a little bit more complex than just the c6 pawn, because as you've said a couple times, like the b pawn is not necessarily a lot better than the c pawn, right? The problem for black, it's partly this pawn on e4 is nice, limiting the knight, giving white a little more space in the center. It's partly that in a lot of lines, white's pieces seem to come to slightly better squares than black. So I don't know how much of black's problem c3 will solve. I imagine black trades the bishop here, and Sam probably, does he bring the knight, or does he want knight c4? Maybe rook f1, king e2. Right. How does that kind of a position feel for us?
I would say that white still has more space here thanks to this pawn structure in the center. E4 learned from one of our commentators, Mr. Has, that this pawn takes two squares under the control and limits the knight on f6. So black's knight, if one knight on f6 is limited, another knight on d7 fights for the same square. Knight can be activated on c5, but this knight on c5 don't really hit to anything. So I kind of have a feeling white is faster in development as well, like king e2, bishop can get on e3, and even after like bishop b3 moves, like rook b8 or rook anywhere else can be not that common, possible, because the pawn on a7 will be hanging. So this kind of small details always gives you a slightly better position or slightly pleasant to play. For instance, there's also kingside attacks like g4, g5 to get more space. Bishop b3, rook b1.
If you want the knight f6 to somehow end up somewhere even worse. Right?
Yeah, on h5, on g8. So quite easy to play with white, right? Not big.
I would say so.
Why not to play with white?
I would say so. It feels quite unpleasant to me at the moment. And well, back row's doing okay on time. He's only 10 minutes down, so he's not letting the suffering overtake his soul just yet. He's still hanging in there and playing the moves that he has to, but this is the kind of position that I personally struggle to play the most, Keddy, is a position where you know you're a bit worse and you have to make the sort of evaluation choices between this version's a little bit worse, and this version's a little bit worse, and this position I'm a little bit worse. And which of these three gives me the best defensive chances, and which do I suffer the most? Those are the hardest decisions for me to make.
Yeah, which is the best of the worst. It's also then during the game, during the process, I have a feeling that was not the right. I could choose the different one. This was the best worst choice. David, we can come back in here as we're gonna have a couple more moves. Why don't we take the bird eye view once again? And I really wonder what is happening in the game of Tabatabai and Anish Giri, as Anish is a sole leader of the group for 2 days in a row, and definitely unpleasant opponent for Tabatabai.
Yeah, that game's pretty interesting. Despite the weird structure, I believe it was a bishop b5 Sicilian, where white later transposed it to an open Sicilian, and then later played c3 takes d4 on a knight that was on d4. So we get a very unusual position for, several transpositions basically in structure here. The position looks really nice for white at the moment with the d5 pawn. Just looks clearly pleasant for white.
Yeah, we know that Giri likes to play Najdorf, but this doesn't look like Najdorf position to us. Why don't we take a closer look?
You want us to go into that one? All right.
Yeah, let's see how we got in there.
Okay. So I'll back up to the bishop b5. So we can see that Giri's move order, he wasn't going for the Najdorf today, much as he likes it. Maybe he was headed for a Sveshnikov, or or we can only guess. So we get a bishop b5, and then it transposes to an open Sicilian.
Right.
And I found this c3 move to be a little bit odd because it makes it very easy in some sense for black to play d5, but I think that's normally because there's a knight on f6 that's fighting for e4 and d5. That's why you rarely see c3 in the Sicilian. But once I realized that the knight was on g6, I thought, okay, that makes some sense. You strong point the knight on d4, and you can just develop this knight to d2, and it's okay when black plays d5, which Giri didn't do. At least they won't get a knight on d5, just a queen. So castle developed, a6 retreats, takes, and here. And I mean, I think there may have been an argument for Giri to just play d5 like a like a French kind of position. It's kind of a normal goal in an open Sicilian, even though the knight on g6 is a little bit odd. But
yeah, at this point, David, I can see that knight d4 is not the line here in the theory, and mostly black goes with queen c7, and then black goes with d5 next move, and there is position where black has isolated pawn on d5, and still plays that position. So very likely he was avoiding that main way. And he decided to capture first the knight on d4.
Yeah.
Allowed white to have very beautiful looking center. And then he goes with b5. So he actually decided to change completely this idea of blacks to push b5 and have an isolated pawn.
Yeah. Now, I like this position for white immediately. As soon as he makes this knight d4 trade, I think this really strong unchallenged center. And if black ever plays d5, you can play e5. And if black ever plays e5, you can play d5. So no matter what, you can keep the center locked with a nice space advantage for white. And I generally, strongly prefer white in these positions. And I feel like, b5 just gives white a target to play a4 and start working on the queen side. So I don't know exactly how to play this position for black because I would generally avoid it. But if I got into this position, I might even consider b6 instead of b5 to put the bishop on this knight square, but not make it as easy for white to make progress later on the queen side, because I'm just assuming I'm worse if I'm black. If I'm worse, I don't want the game opening up. I'm not fighting on the wings. As long as I've got the disadvantage in the center, I'm trying to minimize that.
Yeah. I'm also the type of chess player who likes a lot of space and the strong center.
All right.
Again, I just checked out how much time Giri spent for knight d4, as he still has 1 hour and 22 minutes, and you might think that he's in still home preparation. He spent about 3 minutes for knight d4, and the next moves b5 and b takes a4 was played in few seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got a ton of time on the clock. So he seems very, very comfortable and confident in black's position, even though I'm not. And I have to say this dark squared bishop trade has just really improved his position. Or I mean, maybe there was no way around it, but I really wonder if white had anything they could do differently, because this changes my feeling about the position completely. Him getting the queen out, getting rid of white's dark squared bishop when white's got a light squared pawn. So I wonder if white had any other important options for how to answer this move, bishop g5.
There is one straightforward move that maybe we have to take a look here, f4, that avoids the bishop trade and also is getting more and more space. Maybe f5, f6 will be on the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the kind of move I would want to play. I would worry about, rook e8 or queen e7 or something.
I have very funny answer to that move. After rook e8 or queen e7, there's rook a3 there.
Oh, wow. And I'm tempted to just take.
You can take it. You can take
I'm tempted because as black, I don't know. I feel like my one chance is to weaken white's dark squares. Takes. Bring in the bishop. Double rooks on the F file, maybe.
And also attack on F7.
And now it's like half my pieces aren't out and the other ones I'm sacrificing.
It's well said. You got all your pieces busy.
Yeah.
It's interesting. But the moves like f4, David, it's so hard to play because it can be strong, but it can be cost you some weaknesses too, unless it's well calculated. Right.
And this other idea here with rook e3 would be queen b6, but white just has knight c4, right? And it's just complete stupidity.
Yeah, it's double attack,
yeah, f4 is the move I would want to play for white, for sure. For sure. Just taking more space, avoiding trades. Of all the pieces I don't want to trade, it's my dark squared bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, true. But very often this thought comes to our head when we play really strong opponent. We cannot trust them, and we when we see something which gives us some easy run, we choose this. So I kind of have a feeling maybe Tabatabai is happy to make a draw here against Anish Giri and let the others to stop him, not himself.
So then what's his goal still in this tournament if he's going to play for a draw with white against Giri from a good position?
Good question. That's a very good question. And I was also thinking like these players are going crazy. And I saw the interview of Bakro and he was really easy on this topic that he said, I had very not bad, like I didn't score anything in the first leg. So here for me, I know I don't have a chance to play any candidates tournament. So I just play just a game. For me, it's the next game and I enjoy it. So it can be also for Tabatabai. He's only 20 years old. And this is the very first appearance at the elite chess tournament, the strong chess tournament. So he might think that, all right, draw is not a bad result.
Yeah, I just think like if you get a good position, then you're supposed to see what you can do maybe. But Another move of his I actually don't like is d5 here. I like keeping my pawns next to each other if I'm lucky enough to take over an area of the board. I only play a move like d5 or e5 if there's something pretty specific. And one of the things I think is that these pawns allow you to develop the white pieces more easily than black. So I would complete development instead of pushing more, right? This queen could be improved, this knight could be improved, and of course the rook on f1 could be improved. So to me, it's very odd not to see, I don't know, maybe queen a4, rook fc1, something of that sort, since we control the center and Giri is kind of helping us open the queen side. Maybe bring some more pieces that way. Looking to play knight c4, but just making sure that black's move d5 isn't a good answer for it. And if it doesn't work out, you could play knight b3 and bring that to a5 or c5. That's a good maneuver as well. I would think white has a nice advantage, and I, you know, maybe I don't understand, but I feel like he spoils it with wasting time on the pawn push, and then wasting time, and then this bishop trade, and I don't like his position anymore. So.
All right, now we don't have dark script for sure. That's better for black, but there is still this little pawn over on a6, and white can also start some kingside attack, rook g4, h4, going crazy. We really wants to see some crazy games, and some of our games are really promising. Why don't you take a short break right now and let the players make some moves? So we'll come right back and analyze those moves. So guys, don't go anywhere. You're gonna see the moves on the screen when we are on the break. So see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix round 4, and we do have the result already in one of the games. But before we go to the game, we do have an announcement. Our producer will join now the stream.
Yes, welcome everyone. My name is Wouter Big. I'm the esports producer for chess.com, and we're actually looking for colleagues. And what a better way to announce that than during a show. So if you're interested in this, make sure to sign up. Go to chess.com/jobs. You'll be working remotely. You can work with talents just like Keddy and David. Scream at them during the breaks, which is the most fun. Work with high-low talent. And also work on the big events itself. So if you're looking for a new job, try to go to chess.com/jobs. We're trying to find a new team. But for now, we're going to come back to the FIDE Grand Prix with Keddy and David.
Man, Keddy, the poor guy, he doesn't even realize he's about to get sacked, and he is recruiting his replacement with a smile on his face. I don't know. I always liked Beck, but poor guy.
I can honestly say he's not paying for this. He's not pushing us to say this, but Big and also the rest of the chess.com team is really, really great, and it's amazing. It's amazing to work with this team. So, guys, this is your call, and use the opportunity. You are getting at the right place. So, David, let's get our bird eye view and check out the game, which ended the first today.
See if the viewers can find which game is dead and which 7 are still alive.
Okay, is that one of your 7 games that you predicted to be a draw?
It is one of the games I predicted to be a draw. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I got one. I got one.
6 to go. Let's take a very close look at this game, because as I calculated, and many of us calculated, White has 1 less piece and Black has more pieces on the board. So what really, really happened here?
Count them up. That's right. 1 less piece. So I'll have to back us up a little bit to show what happened. So where did White's knight go? There it went. Knight takes f7 right here. I saw this position with the 2 knights hanging. I thought, oh man, I wonder what's going on over there. So now we've got a chance to find out. So knight takes f7. A bit of a surprising move. I guess it's partly based on rook c7 check, and Black would interfere with the defense of the knight on d4. White's allowing moves like knight b3 double check even, but Black took the knight, rook c7. So blocking on d7 would be plainly bad. Black would lose back the piece and just be down a pawn in a more or less hopeless position, I would say. So the king retreats, and White develops this rook to d1, continuing to allow these checks. Wow. You got to be confident.
Like
that's a disturbing thing to allow. So hang on, Black couldn't clean up the game with knight b5 and knight takes rook.
Yeah, let's see it actually, and can make it on the board. So knight
I
b5.
think White's just got to move the king where it won't have to recapture with check, right? So let me see if I can guess the square correctly. Let's say I go to e2. Oh, I hope I'm not allowing knight c3. Good, I'm not. Okay, so if Black takes this rook, then rook takes d8 is going to be perfectly good. And if Black takes this rook, then White needs to play bishop c5 check to save the rook on c7.
Yeah, king e8. There will be another check, rook e7. Oh. It's not that strong.
Like this?
But the engine is not really happy for some reason. Yeah, bishop f8 should be. Maybe it's better to take the bishop first.
I have a slightly crazy idea here. Bishop g6, king d8, and now we'll take threatening bishop b6.
Oh, it's a checkmate. In fact,
And we'll leave this rook alive and even allow knight c3.
True. And what happens after knight c3? King f3.
We have to move our king.
Oh,
now black needs to stop this. So if they play knight d5 to stop bishop b6, we come here, taking away that square, and preparing rook g8, king d7, checkmate.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Rook b1 would be the other way to cover that square, but still it looks like bishop d6 is kind of unstoppable, this weird bishop e8 checkmate.
Yeah.
I mean, you can stop it with bishop d7, sacrificing your, your entire queen side, but that doesn't truly help. Wow, knight b5 here takes, check, check, takes. Nope, not that. That's not what I wanted to do.
Wow, this is
this line.
Oh, actually, David, I can see in the base 2 games.
In the database, this entire thing has been played before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see actually a Russian player is playing this one with black pieces. Asipenko and Andrei Asipenko, one of our participants of Grand Prix as well, and Alexei Sorana, who is well known for Chess.com viewers, as he's playing a lot of online events. And there is also Andrei Volokitin with black pieces. He won, and in fact, against Luka Lenic with black pieces. So something went there wrong for white, but the rest 2 games was made a draw, and they have been played recently in 2020 and 2021 years, both by Russian players. So I think they were quite aware of this line, and they just walked to this path.
That's incredible. I mean, it is true. It's showing Grishuk as having an hour and 20 minutes on the clock at this point in the game. So quite a bit of time.
Oh yeah, actually, in fact, yesterday he made the first draw in this tournament, and he had 1 hour and 20 minutes on the board, which is very unusual for Grishuk, as we know his style. He likes to spend some time. But David,
that's right.
The way how he plays clearly shows that he is just devastated by the situation, and he's not really hiding this. He's just saying at the interviews that he can't really concentrate right now for the game. So. It makes sense, actually, this fast draws from his perspective. All right, this is something that our viewers can take a look and learn how to make a draw, but study well, because it's so complicated position. Maybe you will miss something and will get really, really ugly for white, as white has no piece. Let's get our bird eye view and check out what happens into the other games.
Sure.
Which game would you choose to take a look right now? Actually, I have a suggestion. We have not seen game of Shakir Mamadyrov and Yu Yangi for so far. So can we very quickly take a look at that?
We could glance at that one. Here we go. So there's the isolated queen pawn on d5, but white has the isolated pawn on c3 that kind of balances it out. King h1 was played probably recently to avoid bishop h3 whenever black played queen g6. Yeah, you want to see how they got here?
Yeah. Let's very quickly take a look. What was
Rogozin, Queen's Gambit. So there's that isolated queen pawn, and black takes at this point, where white introduces the threat of knight takes d5 finally. If black wanted to be ambitious about the bishop pair, they would have to spend time defending this d5 pawn. It's isolated. White's traded the bishop for the knight on f6. So, you know, when white plays queen b3, it's just not going to be really practical to defend this pawn this early in the game without trading off the knight on c3, probably.
And David, here, black should not get greedy and take the pawn on d4 after trading the knight 94. It takes d4 and even this. I wanted to show this funny line after queen d4 just to play bishop b5 as a check, and you are losing the queen.
You don't want any of our viewers losing their queens to this trap, so you just wanted to let them know about it. Yeah.
For the viewers who just started to play, please don't fall for it. It's quite common mistake. I think most of us have been fell for it when we started to play. But
if you castle, if the king were castled, there'd be bishop h7. So anywhere where there's one of these kind of checks, you have to be careful about taking that pawn. So a little public service advisory. And so, and in general, as black, you don't want to get too ambitious. That's something that you can really do wrong in the opening. Unless white has played something pretty stupid, you shouldn't try to win the game as black in the first 10 moves.
Yeah, generally. But also talking about the Yu Yanggi, he's quite solid rock in this tournament, and his opponents really having a hard time to break him and find any weaknesses in his repertoire or the way how he plays. And Sheffield now has this not problem, we cannot say, to solve, but at some point, if you want to get out of the knockout stage, you have to start to win the games. So just imagine if we have 4 players who ties in this.
If they all finish with 3 out of 6 at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, the tiebreak system will be a mess then, huh?
Big mess, really. There will be some unhappy people for sure. And the tiebreaks, as we're getting very close to the tiebreaks, if there are 2 players in one group sharing the same scores in the group in the final stage, there we're gonna have a tiebreaks. And let's take a look at the format of our tiebreaks. We're gonna have 2 rapid games, David, with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if this is a tie, then we're going to have a blitz with 3 plus 2. And guess what? If this is also a tie, which is very possible to happen at this level, then we're going to have an Armageddon, which is an absolutely heartbreaking for the chess players, but really amazing for spectators to see Armageddon game.
And black gets draw odds in those games. That's why black has less time. It's because they're getting draw odds as a way to decide the result of the game in case, of a million draws. So I mean, this section, it could head that way. It could definitely head that way. But probably more likely that somebody wins a game at some point. The other game in this section is really sharp today and has a bigger chance of somebody winning than this game here. But while we're on this board, there's kind of an important choice for white to make about whether to trade bishops or play f3.
F3 is on the board, as we can see right now on our tiny little board, which is down here.
Sorry, there we go.
F3 was played. Shahar doesn't want to trade the light square bishop, which makes a sense, as I believe that black is struggling to find a proper square for the light square bishop. For instance, if this bishop goes now on e6, which looks like the place to be, then it will be fell for f4, f5 is not this moves. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a baby fork, as we call, and queen h5. Some counter play on the king side will not be working, just because you can first take the knight on g4, just eliminates one of 2 pieces, which makes king some danger, and then take the bishop on e6.
Yeah. So yeah, that bishop is a bit short on squares. The game was going to be easier for you to play in case of a bishop trade, because then he gets the c4 square for the knight and eliminates the piece, which, as you said, has very few squares. So f3 makes the game more complicated compared to the choice of trading pieces. I wouldn't say it's necessarily better, though, because it makes e3 a long-term weakness. So white has basically taken on, a noticeable weakness, a real concession. I mean, that makes black's bishop g4 move look like a good move. But it keeps the game more tense, right? We take on a weakness, we leave black with a troublesome piece. So if the game ended in a draw at some point and somebody complained that Schach, played too boring a game as white or something like that, I would just go back to this moment here and say, look, a player who's playing f3 in this position, they're trying. They're trying to make the game more complicated and more interesting. This is not the move you would play if you were trying to be safe or if you were trying to make a draw. So I think just off of seeing the attitude in this choice here, we can say that Mamedyarev's trying to keep the game complicated, trying to get an exciting, or not necessarily exciting, but I mean, a game with more tension and more difficulty level.
Yes, I agree with that. He's trying to keep the game on. And this is the sort of character of the knockouts tournaments, as it is not as long as the classical Swiss tournament or round robin tournament that you have to play against all the participants, and you have to play 9 rounds or 11 rounds. This can be really short tournament for you if you kicked out from the knockout stage. So I've also sensed that this tournament, the first leg, was totally different. Has totally different character than the other Swiss tournaments at this level. That they do love to make really fast draws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here any draw you make, you really have to think very carefully about it. If your goal is to qualify, which it is for most people, right? Then you have to think, who do I have white against? Who do I have black against? How many more points do I need to make in the next 3 rounds or 4 rounds to qualify? At this point, they're down to 3 rounds, and it's pretty clear, Schach may have 1 more white after this game. So not a lot of chances to win a game. And Kenny, what do you think of checking out the other game in this group draw?
Let's take a look. And the
Would
other
that be
game
okay?
is absolutely. The other game is Fretke and MVL, which is there on the right side down corner. And this game is not that peaceful. And also just the opening the players choose, the Sicily in defense, seems to be quite sharp. We do have already the situation where black is not going to castle on the short side, at least haven't castled yet. He's waiting a little bit because white has started already attack with h4 pawn. If black castles now, then g4, g5 comes in just 2 moves. And the move like h6 even increases this this theory that black is not going to castle yet, because usually when one side attacks, you just don't push the pawns on that side, because it can be the target of your opponent. So what will be if he's not going to castle here? What is black's plan? How he's
right now? Black's plan is rook takes c3. I thought that black was going to castle queenside when I was watching this game out of the corner of my eye, very, very early on, already around here, out of the corner of my eye, I was thinking, like, I feel like black's just going to play knight c6 and castle queenside. And white brought the bishop to c4 and b3, which you mentioned early on was a possibility for how they could play this queen f3 line. And this position here would be exactly where I would have expected black to castle queenside, probably, and then tuck the king, through b8 to even a8 if you need to, bring a rook back to c8, and just keep the king a little bit safer, because that's where your queen is, and white can't pawn storm you as easily over there. So that's what I was kind of expecting. I was a little surprised to see h6, which, as you point out, makes g5 even stronger for white. And then to follow that up with rook c8. Now that was like the last safe place the king could go was the queen side, especially with h6 played, right? So, so Maxime surprised me a little bit with this play, and it looks like he's probably threatening rook takes c3 in this position. Although you would have to calculate it carefully as black, because white can play bishop d2 in response. So let's say I played king b1 for white. It's not what I would really play. I mean, I'm expecting Predke to play f3, but if I played king b1, can black just take here, or does bishop d2 refute it, right? That's the move that needs some heavy calculation to decide if it's truly a threat or not. Can the queen go attack anything? This knight will be defended in a second. Can we get more pressure on the e pawn? We can't get there.
No, I don't really think so. And David, usually these Sicilian rook sacrifices in order to demolish the queenside pawn structure and then try to slowly use this. And after bishop d2, white surely is not going to take with the b pawn, but with the bishop. So then we still have this position where white has simply extra exchange.
Yeah. If Fauché has a move here, I don't see what it is. So I guess rook c8, he's maybe not threatening rook takes c3 yet.
I have a thought that he's going to play something like b5 first, with a threat of b4 and capture e4 central pawn. Well, white has to play anyway this f3 g4 kind of moves. And after b5, you also support your knights to get on c4, which is quite common move in Sicilian, to go after bishop on e3. And if you take this knight here, black gonna have an option first to take with a pawn and open up b file, or to take it with a rook and again to try to push b4 later on. So I have a feeling he's going to play b5 here, and then knight somewhere on c4.
Right. Normally taking with the b pawn isn't good. Another interesting thing that you can do with b5 is you could take on c3 then, because you've got bishop d2, b4 prepared. And you would know that you're messing up the structure around the white king and getting a pawn for the exchange. So once you play b5, I would bet that you are threatening rook takes c3. So now let's put a better move on the board for white, because I think Predke is probably going to play f3. Because that, starts doing something, which I think white wants to do sooner rather than later, is play g4, g5.
Before we go dive in this position, can I ask you a very calling view that maybe our viewers might think here? Move like f4. We don't like this knight being in the center and trading so much unnecessary things for white. What happens if white pushes f pawn a bit farther and pushes this knight from that square?
Good question. Sometimes you then lose control of g4, so you can't play the move g5 that you really want to play. So sometimes the knight just goes to g4 right here. And now white would need to be able to follow up with e5 to kind of explode everything to really make sense of this position. Yeah, I mean, you don't want this knight to live here. You also don't want it to take your dark squared bishop. So, I mean, that's why normally you're playing f, is because knight g4 is pretty good for black.
Yeah, and it also stops the queenside attack, and even in f3, f4 looks a more active move than f3 here. Is white already played h4 before, just to give up the g4 square? If black wants to stop the attack on the king side forever, can also push h5 and just guard the knight on g4, which is a really good square. And then black can start to push b5 and the queenside pawns, and white could only have last resource here to push e5 or f5 in the center, which needs to be well planned.
Yeah.
So yeah, this f4 move is quite challenging for white as well, and it's better not to just give up the squares like g4. So yeah, what happens after f3? What flex?
Oh, by the way, king b1 was just played.
How we said it? Who remembers? In our chat, how we said it? Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Something better for white when we were analyzing king b1.
I'll just say one thing about f3. There's an important defensive technique that players have started using more and more against the English attack. And obviously this started as a bishop g5, but now it looks like an English attack. And that is to play h5 to try to stop g4. And based on how MVL's played so far this game, I think maybe that's how he would have continued here, would have been to try and stop the g4 move for the moment. But anyway, Pride Kid played king b1. And so here, as you were saying, Ketty, maybe MVL will just play b5, right? Increasing his potential counterplay on the queen side, since white's not pushing any threats at him yet, and he doesn't want to castle king side. So what else is there to do but continue on the queen side?
Yeah, I love this move b5, and I think after b5, if white goes bishop g2 and guards c3 knight, we might see some funny trap of the knight with b4. And look at this knight, can go anywhere.
I knew I didn't want to put my king on b1 this time.
For a reason?
It wasn't that reason. No, it was just that I wanted to start doing something for white. You know, I was getting that we got to do something kind of instinct. Yeah. So
David, I'm a Sicilian player, and there was one game I saw this idea in one of very old book, and I loved it. And then I decided to play, and once my opponent fell for it, and quite strong opponents. And since then, I started to play bishop d7 in every Sicilian position, hoping to trap the knight on c3.
Instead of going to b7, you're always looking for the trap.
b7, yes.
Yeah,
that's the way. But it's so funny what's happened. I played many times bishop d7, obviously, but it only happened once when I trapped the knight on c3. But I'm keeping it go. I'm keeping to try, and maybe I can get second time as well.
I always have my bishop on b7, and I've still trapped the knight on a4 sometimes by playing e5, kicking this knight away, and then bishop c6. I mean, once the knight's trapped, it's trapped.
Oh, that's improved. That's improved version. I should think of it. David, this is getting really exciting indeed. I'm really thinking, and I'm starting to think that he's very good situation here. Look at the clock. He has more time as well, like 20 minutes more time. And definitely this is his positions. He is very tricky player, and he's very also sharp player. So he feels very confident in there, I'm sure. Why don't we take our boards back? And I wanted to suggest what's going on in the game of Shirov and Vidit, as Vidit is one of the two leaders in the group. And,
well, Shirov did what you said and avoided the queen trade, kept the game going. That meant losing the pawn on e5. So if I could back up to the last position that we'd had, which was here, you'd suggested the move queen g4. Guess what? Played it. Queen d5 is what we expected, defending the pawns, and then bishop h6, knight e5, hitting the queen, so you can capture the pawn before saving the rook. Queen h4, rook d8, and threatens checkmate. Nice.
Checkmate in one move.
Checkmate in one. And one thing it does is black could play knight f7 to put the knight on a light square and cover a lot of the weak dark squares, right? But by getting the queen into f6 at this point in the game, the knight can never go to f7 anymore, right? Because the rook always needs to cover the checkmate from here. So strangely, black doesn't have many ways to challenge this queen and bishop, right?
Right. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
So the most obvious way that remains is knight to g4. Sheriff played h3. And yeah, I mean, I only see rook f7 as kind of like the only thing to do for black. You could pretend the queen and bishop are not in your king's house, you know, ignore them and play for counterplay somewhere, but I wouldn't do that.
David, I am so shocked right now to see that this very position happened and has been played many years
Oh
ago.
my goodness.
Guess the year. I'm gonna give you this question. Guess the year.
In
like
what year was this
approximately.
position played previously?
Yes. Or
Okay.
how many years ago it was played?
Okay. Well, this line would not have been popular before 1990. So I'm not going to go back into ancient history. I'm going to go with 1994.
The game, by the way, Queen H4 is a novelty here. Instead of Queen H4 in the game was Queen E2. This player kept his queen back on E2 to target E4 pawn, and the game has been played in 1920 by the world by the world's champion Dutch champion Max Eve with black pieces and Van Gelder with white pieces.
Wow. He was one of the
imagine?
earliest players of the Open Rui Lopez. Wow. So in that case, we can't assume that Shirov and Vidit have seen that game. It's a little bit classical. I mean, Shirov learned from books. Shirov might have seen it long ago.
It was more than 100 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Just crazy. Just really crazy.
So did I get close enough on my guess or not?
Yeah, 90. You said 90.
I said 1994.
Like 74 years difference, but yeah, close enough.
All right.
So, wow, before we were talking about this position in the very quick updates in several games, let's once again bring back our bird eye view and look at this. We were talking about Pretke Vache game. This is on the right side down there, and Pretke goes with F4, and this gets really interesting indeed.
Yeah.
And the other game,
B5,
which is Fedosiev and Robert, this also gets very interesting. David?
Yeah.
Would you like to go back to Shirov Vidit's game, or would you like to choose some other game to analyze?
I mean, I'm surprised to see Vidit move his piece away from his king right here. He's he's choosing that odd strategy of letting the queen and bishop hang out near the king. Maybe the idea is to bring the queen to e5.
That's
okay,
like
that
once again, yeah.
That wouldn't be stupid. Maybe the idea is to play queen e5. So
yeah, why not to try to trade the queens? There will be no checkmate threats anymore, so rook will be free to go wherever it wants. And at some point, black can also start to push this weak pawn to.
Ooh, and here's a really important point about this, because I was just considering, I mean, you just have to look at some of the most important tactical moves when you've got a checkmate hanging over you. And, I was just wondering about this with queen d1, etc., which looks very scary, right? The rook has to come back like this. White can take this pawn here. And I was thinking about how scary this was, but before I could get all the way through it, it occurred to me that after rook d1, black might be able to play the move queen e5 using the undefended queen. And this famous trick when something's hanging, normally it's used to save like your knight on c4, right? So normally you'll see a queen e5 tactic on like b3. You'll do this trick where you're like, yes, my knight is hanging, but when you trade, my recapture saves my knight. right? But here it's a slightly unusual version of that, where rook d1, queen e5, and then we recapture to defend the rook with the recapturing piece. Pretty weird little pattern. And once I saw this for black, then I stopped calculating the queen takes d1 variation, because this seems like a simpler solution for black, right?
It looks way better solution, because in the previous variation which we were analyzing, queen is really strong. Queen can start to grab the pawns on e6, e4, a6, also something that is not well guarded. And yeah, bishop and the queen together with this open king of blacks can be always threatening a checkmate. So why not to go in that position, and why not to go into the end game where your knight in this case is obviously better than the opponent's bishop, and for now you still have some extra material.
Yeah. So let's look for another candidate move for Shirov. I mean, we've looked at just rook d1 trying to smash black, and black just says, well, let's not get into the complications. Let's go queen e5. So can white, of course, I came up with rook d1 partly to prevent queen e5 by attacking the rook on d7, but it didn't work. So is there any move for white to play that would really prevent queen e5?
Like it's straightforward, move bishop f4, but for me move makes no sense, as then if not queen e5, then queen f5 comes.
Oh,
even,
sorry.
Even worse can happen. Yes, with rook f8, and I think that even wins a piece.
White's just getting
very close,
pushed back into bad shape. Black can trade and take on b2 now if they want.
Yes.
So okay, so bishop f4 doesn't do it. Can I look at pawn f4?
Pawn f4 possibility. I was also thinking maybe it's time to start to attack on e4, like rook a1. And if you play queen e5, I'll be more than happy to take your queen and play rook e4 and attack your knights.
And now you'll play the Fischer endgame, rook and bishop. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay, so we could maybe prevent queen e5 just by attacking this pawn with either rook. So those are big candidate moves for us. The f4 move that I suggested, let's just put to rest that black could always trade queens with queen d4 if they wanted to. And very importantly, this move's kind of trapping your own bishop on one side of the board and making this pawn into a strong passer. So f4 is pretty ridiculous. So I think that rook to e1, either rook, looks like a really likely candidate move here. Yeah.
Yeah, with for me, rook f to e1 looks more natural move, as the white side can be to double the rooks on e5, like rook e2, rook, then another to e1, and yeah, it's more like you have more space for your rooks, and you're keeping still this move rook d1 on the board if you want. But yeah, I think that's a very small difference. But you can also argue that if white another rook comes to on e1, then white can push f3 and start to annoy this pawn in that way and keep the rook on f-file. And just imagine if f-file is open, then queen f8, rook f8 is a checkmate on the back rank.
Yeah, that's what I was dreaming of, that, you know, when I play f4, I was hoping black would take it, right? but no, it won't be. Okay, so developing the rooks. What a logical idea, you know, and this pawn here. So maybe just rook to e1, and Shirov should be in fine position. I mean, he's still got a nice open board for the bishop. And as long as you win back the e4 pawn, which looks doable, then he'll be in good shape. So, yeah. I mean, honestly, I feel like the whole position's just risky for black ever since they played g6. So we'll see. We'll see how they play out the next phase. But at the moment, I'm seeing like black could be a bit worse in the endgame or a bit worse in the middle game. So I'm not seeing any really exciting prospects for Vidit at the moment. What else should we take a look at? Does Fedoseev have enough for the pawn?
Yeah,
Or
that game is absolutely interesting as yeah, it's in the face of the end game, and there's no point. How about first we go to Tabatabai and Anish Giri game,
Okay.
because we have some less and less pieces there on the board.
okay, so this is where we were. Giri developed the last piece, bishop b7. If he were going to attack the white king, the target square would be g2. Bishop f3 covering it, takes the pawn anyway.
Yeah, this is the position where white has a bishop and black has a knight. And very often this question comes to these kind of positions. Which one is better piece? Is bishop better, or knight is tricky and sneaky and going to attack the white's king?
I think the bishop would be a little bit better on the open board here, except that white is probably going to end up trading the b2 pawn for a6 and d7 here. And then even though the bishop's got a nice open board, nobody cares about the queen side anymore. There's not a single square on the queen side that anyone's going to care about anymore. And it'll probably be pretty dead equal, I would think, if we get the trade of pawns that I'm kind of expecting here. It's white's move, right? And they could take one of the pawns, and then black would take on b2, and then they could take the other pawn. And I think it's 3-on-3 on one side of the board. There's no room for either player to mess that up. I'm going to get this prediction correct. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Yes, that's what you predicted today, to have even one more draw than we had yesterday. But David, to be honest, we have such a wonderful games today. We cannot say that they go into some boring positions. Even in this position, Tabatabai could spice up the things a bit by pushing the pawn on f4 when he had a chance, or just not to trade the pawns in the center, because he had really good center. But at this point, there are not too much of the pieces, and very likely they will go to the end game, and they will play 30 moves. And then we might have some draw offer. For now, it's 20 moves, so they have to make like 10 more moves.
But there it is with rook a6. I was going to say, if white wanted to keep the game going, you would try to keep the pawn on the board, your b2 pawn, right? If you protect your b2 pawn, feeling confident in the strength of your bishop, and let's say, there's still two pawns hanging, maybe you win back one of them next move. If you keep the pawn on the board, right, b4, b3 or something, then maybe the game goes on. But with rook a6 played, I think we can safely focus to other games.
Let's do it.
You want to go back to the one game where I predicted a decisive result?
Oh yeah, which one was that? I forgot. It was.
I was thinking that Sam Shanklin with white might have some real chances today.
All right,
so we could go back there. See, the time is pretty close. But Crow's just played a move, which I was gradually realizing might be an important option for black, which is the knight on f6 is so bad. Remember, we were playing knight bd7 before in some positions. But it occurred to me that maybe the knight on f6 was so bad that black should play knight fd7 at some point, and here that's happened. But let's catch up on what we've missed. Last we saw was this position here. We talked about c3 or bishop c5. Black Crow just played very simple bishop e7, nothing too weird. Sam took over this diagonal with bishop e3. c5 was played. So I think already with the idea that the f6 knight would go to d7, so Buck Crow's finding a different square for the b8 knight.
Yeah, to be honest, David, instead of bishop e3, I really liked the move which you suggested before. First of all, it gets more space on the side, and if now black pushes c5, that can give white a chance to create majority attack on the queen side. And look at this structure. This is absolutely beautiful for white.
Yeah, that's really powerful.
That's interesting why Sam did not go for b4 first and then bishop 3.
I mean, it's natural to think you should just develop all your pieces, but if this c5 move is very strong for black, if that proves to be sort of like a brilliant defensive concept by Bakro, then this might actually be a missed chance by Sam where there was something to do that was more important than development, which does happen occasionally. What are other ideas for black? I mean, knight d7 to b6 to challenge this square and make some trades like that. Is there any way to go after this pawn?
Yeah, but this knight d7, knight b6 can be stopped by bishop e3 idea, as then pawn on b6 will be hanging.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, and if you attack the bishop, there's bishop, there's a5, but I don't want to fall for knight d7. I know you are looking for that move. I know it. There's no bishop c5. I also am aware of the fact that after bishop c5, b takes c5, you will either go to rook b4 first to annoy my knight, or knight d7. So I know your power here, knight d7 move.
Yeah. Okay.
But how about bishop a5 instead, and to try to guard the pawn in that way?
Possible. Let's see. Takes. C5, b5 takes, a takes, defending it. Bishop takes, rook takes, c5. Feels like the only thing for me to do. I'm going to try this. I trade and then c5.
Okay.
And this is kind of like, this is the thing you have to look for black. And this is the kind of thing to watch out for as white when you're playing b4, is like, we're being a little bit aggressive as far as development. So
yeah, that's a good point. Actually, for instance, now the natural move like rook b1 will not be working, as it fails the pawn, bishop on a5, and rook takes a5 is simply winning here for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was the point, that white just wanted to develop the pieces as fast as possible, and not to calculate too much of the variations.
Yeah. I mean, there's always also an option to, when the knight comes here, to avoid trading it by putting your knight on a5, which could be a good square for the knight, or e5, like he played in the game at some point. There's a lot of options. I do feel like this is sort of a major moment in the game. C5 got played, and let's see how good this was. Sam plays knight e5, trades that piece. And here we are, knight f7 played from Bakro, right? And now we get this kind of situation where long-term, the b2 pawn can be just as weak as the c5 pawn. Yeah. Feels like white's advantage has been minimized.
Yeah, this game is very important for Sam, as he's now having 2 points, and Draken has already ended the game with a draw, and Sam has a good chance. If he manages to win this game with white pieces, he can be the sole leader in the group. Now we can see the scores of the players. So Andrekin and Gushtuk is already over, and now we have one last game in this group. And here is a chance for sure for Sam to become a sole leader. But we're going to see all the actions right after we come back from our break. And please don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon, and you're gonna see a lot of amazing games. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for top 100 players, top 10 women, top 10 junior in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with $150 prize in the finals at late August. All this gonna happen at Pacific time at 9 a.m. Every weekend. So make sure you join this event at chess.com. But today we are here and we're having a lot of exciting games. 7 games still in progress, David.
I've caught some of those rapid chess championships and they're really the quality of the games, the level of the players. It's a great event. It's a great event. Looking at what we've got here before us, over the break, we were looking at Mohamed Yara versus Yu Yang a little bit. We've got a bishop takes on h6. What is going on in Predke versus Vachier-Lagrave?
What is that?
Let's go find out, because that's even crazier. Okay. Why is that? I mean, I know the knight on e5 is hanging, but where did his entire center go? Right? The entire thing. I don't even know how black could have taken it. Let's see. Knight g4, we were here, right? e5. Remember I said if he allows knight g4, he's got to look at e5 right away. Although I didn't believe in it. And it's what's happening. So he plays e5, black takes the whole center, and then he tries to win back his pawn with bishop h6.
Wow. Usually you prefer to grab the pawns in the center rather than the side, but this seems to be like really desperate choice for white at this point.
I would say so. I would say so. And I mean, I mentioned e5 is like the move that you have to calculate. If you're going to play f4, knight g4, you'd better have e5 working or in mind for some reason. But I agree, like here, it looks very, very implausible. Because we're giving up center pawns for an H pawn. We're giving up our bishop pair. We're developing the black rook on H8 so that black can leave the king in the center, but the rook, I presume rook H6 will be the next move unless there's something really tactical here that I'm not looking at, but I'm assuming that we get a position like rook H6, queen E5, right? So looking at that, I mean, the biggest problem with black not castling was the rook not being in the game on H8. Now it's kind of in the game. Black's got the bishop pair.
I feel black's king is all right there in the center. And after this trade that white just did now with E5, there's no weakness on D6, which was also on the other hand stopping dark square bishop being so active now. And if black somehow managed to put pieces together, this bishop can start to be really annoying for white. Bishop e4, bishop c5. Also, the rook c3 is still there that black can consider for these positions, and then bishop a3. The point is that white doesn't have a dark square bishop, so
it's this b2 pawn. This b2 pawn is like the last thing holding any dark squares for white.
Just holding it.
A lot of responsibility.
Even if black is not going crazy on the queen side and just drops the pieces now in the center on the king side even, then what's the problem for black? And black will start to play very pleasant position, like, I don't know, queen c7 maybe now.
I was going to say that, you know, if you're going to play this position for white, the idea would be some kind of desperation knight f5. Unfortunately, it's not even white's move here, right? But if I played, you know, like if I just completely wasted a move for black somehow, you know, knight f5, pawn takes, rook e1, you know, is there any idea like that in the air for white? I was kind of wondering, but in this position, it's even black's move. So even if there's some kind of, you know, knight takes e6, sacking a piece for 2 pawns, or knight f5, even if white has one of these moves, then Vachier can just see it coming and defend one of those squares, right? Rook c5 might diffuse things. Queen c7 might diffuse things, and then get back to using Black's positional advantages. I actually might expect King f8 here.
Just to get out from this threat.
If I were to
have safe place for the king. On top of this situation that Pruess is not having that easy game anymore, he has 15 minutes for rest of the 21 moves, which is proved by the other games in this tournament. It's not a lot of time, and the position is not that easy to play. There are a lot of still ideas here from both sides, and you need more time to figure it out. Like, even if you want to sacrifice a piece, knight f5, knight d6, you need the time for that to figure it out.
Right. If you want to go for one of these moves, that's where you need your time. Yeah. Yeah, somehow King f8 feels nice to me. I would sort of tuck my king over on the king side behind those kingside pawns, keep g7 safe, get off the file of the queen. If I'm trying to mind read, that seems attractive. I will say that if queens were traded, Black would be winning. So Black can offer a queen trade with a move like queen c7, and White just has to back off. It's as if you were up material at this point. Between the bishop pair and the protected pass pawn in the center, I mean, you played a lot of Sicilians, you know this. Like, you can just, it's not just that the end game's nice, it's just completely winning.
I have to be very honest. I never had such a pleasure to have only just pair of bishop and two central pawns.
Oh, it's never this easy for you.
Never. Never. The opponents are giving me the side pawns, actually, in attacking the my king, and I'm always taking it, because you never know, sometimes they cannot succeed the attack, and I'm having extra 2 pawns. Very interesting position indeed, but there is something which really catches my eye, and let's get the bird eye view and look at this game. On the right side, and on the top, there is Nikita Bitugov and Hare Krishna Vandala, and there is b3 breakthrough, which is very interesting.
Oh yeah, b3, huh? This game was slow to build up, but this is an interesting way of using the influence of the bishop on f6 all the way through to the queen side, b3. Interesting. And it feels like White can't avoid developing the rook on b8, because c3 develops this bishop, and this becomes a pretty strong passer in some cases.
True, and this game is also very important for the tournament and for the Group B, as Vidikov is the closest to Giri. And you know, if this game ends in a tie, that it's just gives Giri more opportunities to qualify from the group. So yeah, I'm sure they want to fight for a decisive result here.
Yeah, I mean, with the way Giri's playing, I think he's probably the biggest favorite to qualify right now out of any of the groups so far. So that puts pressure on everybody else in the group, even when they're not playing him, right? So
yeah, talking about Giri, look at this. The game has been ended. Tabatabai and Anish Giri ended the game in a rook-end game. And the result is obviously a draw after staying this game.
Yeah. Here were the moves. Queen trade. And I guess a fancy bishop for knight trade. They're just playing any random move. It doesn't matter too much here. So
what do you think? Would you like... do you think Giri was happy to end this game in a draw with black pieces, or he was rather annoyed by all these moves like queen f5 and bishop h7, and before some trades that Tabatabai clearly wanted to draw in this game?
I think that players at this level accept that if they're black, a draw is okay, even if somebody's lower rated or whatever. I mean, I don't think professionals get frustrated over drawing with black too often. I think they generally accept that it's okay. Giri had a dubious looking position to me. I don't know that there was ever a moment in this game where black was really thinking about winning. So on top of that, with the tournament situation being fine for him to draw, I think it's no problem. I think he gets a little bit closer.
Especially for Giri having the spatial bonding with draws. And he's well known for getting the draws whenever he wants to. So 2 games down, you got 2 draws. That's it. Two checks for you that you voted. How about to take all the games back and check the most tense game that you would like to pick now?
Yeah, well, we'd only just peeked at Vityugov versus Hari Krishna, so maybe we'll go back to that for 1 second, because Vityugov played rook e1, taking the e file in response to this b3 move, forced the queen to back up to a less good square. And I like to at least try and guess the evaluation for each position. So let's see. If in general, do they have the same number of weaknesses or different numbers of weaknesses? Do they have equal activity or not?
The thing for me is that black seems to be more active and tries to weaken white's pawn structure, but then at the same time I see this bishop on f6 and I feel bad for this bishop. Been just looking to d4 pawn, and bishop has to be there, otherwise d4 pawn might be hanging. For these reasons, like, I really like other pieces of black, but I don't like this bishop being so passive.
Yeah, I think black's under a little bit of pressure because the biggest danger is this a6 pawn. I think that's black's biggest weakness right now, and that this pawn would be pretty far advanced. So if white ever went after this pawn here, in general, black won't be able to trade the a6 pawn for the b2 pawn or the d3 pawn. It'll be too dangerous to turn a5 into a passer. Sometimes when you've got situations where, let's say you've got honestly like 3 weak pawns for each player, to some extent, assuming the B and C pawns trade at some point, a lot of times those positions become drawish because when you attack one weakness, instead of defending it, the other player just counterattacks your weakness and it just leads to pawn trades. So the biggest danger for black is this a5 pawn, that white can play a move like queen a7 and you can't just trade your a6 pawn for something else. You kind of have to defend it. And so you could maybe as white force black into moves like queen c8 and rook a8 or rook b7, stuff like that. And maybe get a small advantage out of that for white. Although I see the computer bar is not impressed at all. So
hard to impress sometimes. The engine, which can calculate like a lot of continuation really clearly, and then give the evaluation in the end. But for a practical point of view, these 2 players now are under huge pressure, and they know that Giri has ended the game already, and and he's still keep the lead. And now we're talking about to get out of this stage, and that's the safe. Then you get more prize after that, and you get more points. And talking about the prize, let's once again take a look what our players are playing for. David, the winner, gets 24,000 euros in just 2 weeks of playing chess tournament, and the total prize fund is 150 euros. And what's really good and safe for all these players, even the those ones who can't get off the knockout system, has a guaranteed 5,000 euros, which is really, really nice price.
Yeah, and they play half as long as the winner, so they're getting that in 1 week instead of 2.
Yeah.
No, everybody wants to play as many games as possible.
Yes.
I think, right? We're all chess players here.
Yes, but that's something that only American chess player can broaden it, as you guys have chess tournaments in really short period of time. And in Europe, usually we do have 9 rounds, and we always calculate 10 days when we travel for chess tournaments.
Yeah.
And in USA, I know that it's mostly like 3 days of classical chess.
That's right. You can earn that much in 3 days. You just also have to work that much in 3 days instead of in 10. Yeah.
True.
Very tiring. All right. So I'm going to click on some other games here. Let's see Fedoseev and Rapport. Fedoseev has recovered the pawn on A7. It was always going to be his, and he still looks like he's on top positionally. So really a question is just how devastating is this pressure?
Mm-hmm.
I only see one move popping into my mind that might keep the balance, would be knight e5, trying to defend c6 or take on f3, because otherwise this pawn on c6 is attacked 3 times and black's passive. Okay.
It was played, yes. It was played. Yeah, black's pieces are just very, very passive here. There is a weakness on c6, but also b3 pawn is not guarded, and black has this counterplay. For the engine, which says like it's equal, there is nothing to worry here for any side, especially for black side. For a human perspective, it's just very hard to always try the only moves to hold the position at the equal.
Right.
At the equal, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a calculating position, right? It's come down to like direct threats on c6 and b3 and the maybe threat on f3. As we mentioned in the Giri game, if these 2 pawns were traded in some way, the game would suddenly become pretty dead. So here's like a trap that white could try knight c6 with the idea that if you take on oh no, the rook's defended by the bishop. I was trying to play knight e7 check. So let's say black takes, and then takes this pawn.
It seems like there is something happening here. Is that 97 still? Bishop takes, and yeah, take the rook. Bishop takes that one too. And you have to take bishop on e7, yeah.
Wow, even with this defended.
Because
it
it's
still
a
doesn't
checkmate hanging, so you have to play
Yeah.
only king f8. There's no other move to avoid checkmate or losing a piece.
And then you still lose
How?
because white just threatens this. Or I
Can
guess
you
rook
imagine
anywhere
this
on the
can
e file.
can be bad position for black. For black.
Wow, dead loss. So that's an evil trap. I mean, I was even looking for that trap and I didn't see it quite right.
You felt it, that it will be some trap.
Yeah. So in this position, I think maybe the safer move would be to just trade the knight for the knight instead of trying to take the bishop pair. And then when white takes back, you can take here and get the boring position, which Rapport is probably dreaming of. He's like, please just let this trade out to something boring right now. So he's played knight e5 in the game, and white played bishop e2.
Yeah, I was about to suggest this move because you keep the bishops on the board. Do you want now to play something like bishop f4 to pin this knight, or bishop a6 turn out the rook? And white can also start to play something like h3. There will be no back rank issues anymore. And kick the pieces back, f4, g4. Let's go.
Yeah, make sure that if there's a surprising tactic later, it won't be against white. Yeah, it makes sense for black to then take over the long diagonal and post their bishop on d5 here, either e6 to d5 or e4 to d5. If bishop f4, I'm hoping it's okay to just play f6, honestly. That's how I want to deal with that, ideally. So some pressure remains. Some pressure remains. We got the rook on the 7th rank. The knight's well posted on a5. There's a little bit of pressure still on black, but I would think that they're okay. Let's bounce. See how Shirov and Vidit are doing. Knight c4. Rook d1 was played. All right. Vidit, I know you're upset about yesterday, but queen e5, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen takes, knight takes, bishop f4, taking control of the d file. Knight moves, probably b3. Yep, knight moves. Oh, and if bishop d6, rook d8.
Yeah.
You don't even get your
nice.
pawn back. Oh, I guess you can go bishop d6, rook d8, rook e1. And you get your pawn back.
Well, yeah, white has to play rook d4 now to at least get e4 pawn. Oh, hold on. Why king f7 and not rook d8?
Right, rook d8 is the much more obvious.
Here the point that after bishop d6.
Okay.
If you want to take back on e4, black can first of all take with the rook and activate the rook, or take with the pawn and to have this two pass pawns.
Yeah, take here, get the pawns together. Yeah. This endgame here, black's got more pawn islands than white, which is sometimes a small disadvantage. But I've seen in this kind of endgame sometimes, even though the only piece that cares about central space is the king, I've still seen like just having that space for the king in the center sometimes being a small advantage for the black side. So there's nothing there for white. But I think the reason black didn't play rook d8 is because Shirov was going to play c4 then. That's the only explanation why not to play like bishop takes d6 and then after rook d8 play rook e1 or rook d4 there, right? Played this because if Vidit played rook d8, he would play c4. And now what he's looking to do is to keep the bishop versus knight advantage.
Right. You're threatening c5, and when
c5.
Knight goes on f7 or b7 to guard the rook, then in the end you're gonna take c7 pawn, and then the table is gonna turn in that situation with the big bishop and the passed pawn on c file already. So that's why very likely Vidit just decided it was not worth it to try, and he just played king f7.
It just centralizes the king, lets Shirov win the pawn in this way. So now he's still got this worse pawn structure here, but at least his king is coming into the center quickly. I guess a big question is, can he play rook c8, or is he going to be stuck passively defending this a pawn, right? It's kind of the big question. I would assume that the answer is rook c8.
Yeah. I just remembered the interview after first game, because they played in the first round, and Vidit won beautifully the game, and he was very excited and he was very open to talk and answer all the questions in the interview were asked. At the same time, Shiro was really mad and angry to see him like this. And like it's not talking at all. And then he was asked to talk a little bit about the game, and he was like, I agree with with everything. And he cut the talk.
Yeah.
It's so funny to see this situation. And for this tournament, David, the players are, it's mandatory for the players to give the interview if they are asked to. And this is one of the few tournaments that it's mandatory, and they have this in the contract that had, no matter what's the result, you have to come up, show up, and give an interview. But Shiro find a way to escape.
Yeah, I mean, they can't mandate what you say in the interview, right? So if all you have to say is like, yeah, okay, then that's what you have to say.
Yeah. But after this game, I think he has more to talk, because he played quite nicely, and with it is the leader of the group, and we consider him to be absolute leader of the group, starting with two points out of 2. So we should be happy with if he makes a draw here.
Yeah, it seems like there would be no way for White to lose this endgame at this point. You would have to really just have your brain fall out on the table in front of you to mess this up as White. More a question of, can White create any problems for Black after Rook C8? You can trade, or you can come back and keep more pawns on the board. Either way, I feel like Black's got enough to hold the balance here. So my instinct is that you should definitely play Rook C8, and that you've got just enough for Black, but you have to still work.
We know about your instincts, that you voted for 7 draws in a row, and so we are cursed, actually. We don't have any sharp. We have one sharp position, but it is Pretke and Maxim Pasha-Legrand. Why don't you take a look at this game really quickly?
Sure.
So this is the game down there on the right side.
Yeah, so Maxime played Queen C7, fishing for that queen trade. White retreated. And whoa, Queen's getting really active here. That's interesting. So if Rook H F1 or E1 or something like that, maybe the Queen will go take a pawn on H4 herself. And I do want to say, Ketty, if there are 7 draws today, it's not my fault. Chess is a draw. I didn't want there to be draws. I just looked at the matchups and I made some guesses. And there's no reason why all the blame would have to fall on me.
No, we're not blaming you. Just most of the times, starting from the first, like we had 4 draws and 4 decisive results, and which makes it makes a total sense here, because this is a knockout system, and of course they try their best. And even in the position where it's draw, they are still pushing it and keeping the game to go on. Then I don't know, you appeared today. You said draw. Statistically
6 out of 8 games should be draws based on the ratings of the players. Statistically, that would be kind of average. And
besides the jokes, do you think that players, they are now going to the second round to play against each other, do you think they're getting a bit tired? Because it's quite tense to play at these conditions, right? Or they want to keep it a bit slow now?
I think three rounds in, 1 game a day, tired would be a little bit weak, I'm going to say.
Too much to complain to Americans.
Yeah. I mean, I would play this many games in 1 day. They've had 3 days to do it. I would say that's weak if they're already tired. I mean, no, there could be some reasons to be tired. Like, let's say, at night they're watching the news all night, or they're like calling their friends and loved ones and they're not sleeping well. Or, I mean, there can be other reasons to be tired off the board. Right.
Yeah.
But I think the number of games they've played compared to the general fitness level of a current professional chess player, this is not fatigue zone yet. These players are used to playing at least 4 games before getting a rest day. So I don't think that there should be fatigue unless there's off the board stuff going on, or maybe somebody who's having a really bad tournament could be feeling more tired because like a loss ages you more than a win. So
yeah, I agree. But David, this is the second Grand Prix in almost like 1 month's time period, and then all these Grandmasters also have a lot of online events, like as we are announcing very often about Rapid Chess Championship and Bullet Chess Championship. We have these players actually there as a main characters, and we see their games. So it's pretty much of the chess in their lives. And now as the pandemic hit us and continues to be in this way, these players have two type of tournaments: over the board tournaments and also quite strong online tournaments with at least like similar to prize fund. So they take it also very professionally. It's not just some bullet games and fun games. It's a lot of money on the table. So that was my concerns, that maybe they're just a little bit tired already at this point.
Yeah, I suppose that sort of depends, I guess, player to player and their schedule, how many extra things they're trying to fit in, right? Like you'll see some players will play a titled Tuesday on a day when they're playing in the FIDE Grand Prix. Like they'll spend 2 hours playing a blitz tournament on the same day that they're playing for the world championship, because as you said, the prizes are enough that they're just, churning through a lot of events with how much there is online. So it's possible that there are some people who are more tired based on their schedule and participation in extra online events. That's possible. It's not everybody though, right? Like there are some people who are really into the online events. There's some people who need money more or less, or care about money more or less. And probably some people who still, when they see an event like the Grand Prix, the candidates aiming for the world championship, they might take it very, very seriously and maybe not play blitz for 1 week before the tournament starts. I would have stopped playing blitz a week before the tournament.
Yeah, lots of things happening nowadays, which makes us to look more and more exciting games. David, why don't we now take some break, as players are very deep into their thoughts, and very soon we're gonna reach the pace of the time scramble. So let's use this time for ourselves. And the viewers, please don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very soon with we promise that it's going to be very interesting games for you. See you soon.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
The Bullet Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event features with 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky, Fabiano Caruana, and many others racing for the crown and their share of $100,000 prize fund. The tournament gonna start in about 1 hour on this channel, and we will be switching to chess.com live. So we have double excitements today as well as yesterday, and we do have some more moves on the board, David. So which game gets your attention the most?
It's like you said, it could be tiring for some of the players if they're playing in the FIDE Grand Prix and the chess.com Bullet Championships. That's they're going to have to switch really fast too, run up to their hotel rooms, pull out their mice. Let's see the transition that happened in the Mamedyarov versus Yu Yangyi game. So the last time we checked in on this, Mamedyarov had just played Rook B2 with the threat of Knight takes C6 and then Queen B8, taking two queens against a Rook. No, that would be really easy. Taking two Rooks against a Queen for White. But Black avoided it, resolved the tension on D4 with Knight D4, C takes D4, and B6. So that B7 pawn was kind of Mamedyarov's big target, even with the queen in front. He was trying to put pressure there. But now we get Black relieving that pressure. Complicated moment right here with Bishop D3.
I'm just looking this position right now, and at the point when Black played B6, I can see that the computer engine suggests to play B5, which keeps the advantage of Black on the board. And
almost the same move.
Yeah, I think the reason is that after B6, White can just wait a little bit as there is a pin on B file, and you can't really take. And on the other hand, you can really improve this position when you are Black, because then you have to push B5. You
have to push B5 anyway later to make that pass pawn. And I understand it's desirable to play B5. I was expecting Yu Yangyi to play B5, not because I realize that it's an advantage. I don't understand why it's such a big deal or such a big advantage, but I was expecting him to do that just because, I mean, in general, when you've got this pawn majority, you want to push it forward. It's under pressure if it's far enough back. That's why this is sort of a minority attack pawn structure where White's trying to put pressure on that pawn. But the further you can bring it up the board, the more scope for your rook, the less scope for White's pieces, and the less it becomes a weakness and the more it becomes a strength. So B5 is kind of to me, the most obvious or natural choice to make based on positional concepts. I just wouldn't realize that Black's position is so good already.
True. And here, this pawn on B5 is quite safe there. White cannot take the pawn right away with the bishop because it pins the itself. And after bishop takes pawn, A6 wins a piece. And for sure, this is not a threat here. That Black will lose this pawn. And in the long perspective, I was really checking with the computer. I don't see the follow-up, like why this keeps big advantage and the B6 equalize the position. I do not understand for the beginning, but I think it's because at some point, if White goes a bit slow here, Black can play A6, guard this pawn on B5, and in the end of the day, this pawn is passed pawn. It's well defended pass pawn, and you know, on the other hand, a3 is a weakness here, and black can switch the rooks on this pawn and starts to have a better position.
Yeah, it's a protected pass pawn. Black controls b1. e3 has been weakened by f3. I can see why this would be a good position for black for sure. I wasn't sure about why taking on b6 wasn't an option, because I'd imagined rook takes b6, queen has to move defending the rook to like a3 or something. And then this is what I'd been looking at in my head before was, okay, do we lose the pawn on e3 or can we get it back on a7, right? And here there's probably some kind of tactic for black that I hadn't seen coming when we were looking at b5. So
yeah, rook e8 is a beautiful tactic here. You're increasing the pressure on this diagonal. And now maybe queen on e1.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I hadn't fully found what was going on here, right? So now that we're here and I'm seeing the evaluation tank, I think it's probably bishop d3. But when the computer was getting all excited about b5, you know, at that point, it's hard to see that far ahead. I mean, not hard if you really put in the effort, but I mean, it doesn't just pop into your head. But I guess that's why b5 white can't take, is because of that bishop d3 move at the end of the variation. And if white can't take, then this move is clearly going to be a nice position for black. So it's a little bit hard to understand why you would play b6 instead of b5 when it should be desirable to advance that pawn, and he can't really take on a5 anyway. But he played b6. Mamedyarov went for a bishop trade. Queen e3 just loses a piece. There's no tactic there really for black. So black traded and then took on a5 here.
Yeah, David, even in this position, and once again, just imagine you have a pawn on b5, you can play a6, and you do have this pawn, pass pawn, it's guarded, and your opponent has a weakness on a3, and you can just get all your attention to the weakness or on the open files.
Just a clearly pleasant position for black, just structurally, yeah. So, yeah, so here he just took, and white kept the rook on the board. So no rook b8, rook b8, rook a5. Let me just see. Looking if there's a back rank tactic, but I don't see one. If white had gone for just taking this pawn right away, you know, on queen e3, the queen can come to g1. And on queen f5 or g6 or whatever, you can take and you're still covering b1 as well. So there's no immediate tactical reason that white had to avoid the trade, in which case white's just kind of losing a tempo while retreating. Actually, that move feels bad to me, Ketty. What do you think?
To play rook e2 here? Yeah, to change my mind about it. Black is just simply capturing the pawn on a5.
Yeah, it seems weird not to trade and take the pawn, no?
Yeah.
Well,
he had, as I can see, is that 12 minutes on the clock?
12 minutes for Shak, yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? It's not too much time for Shak, as he's quite sharp and his calculation skills is just pretty strong. Maybe he doesn't want to trade the rooks, and he's the one who hopes to get a 5 pawn right after without trading, and he thinks that he's the one who pushes here, as a7 is a weakness and d5 is a weakness.
Yeah, if he likes his position, then he might just be trying to keep it more complicated, just like he did with f3 earlier in this game. You know, and I wondered for a second if e4 might be a kind of an idea, but here, of course, there's rook c1 now. So we won't know if he was thinking about e4 or not, but he went to a6, attacking all those a pawns. U gets active with this rook, queen a5. And rook e3 D3. There's queen A7 or queen D2. Yeah, it looks pretty balanced now.
Yeah, it's finally white played this move, so there will be no back rank issues anymore.
Maybe queen
yeah, he's hoping for this 2 weaknesses of black, but to be honest, black's rooks are so active, and queen also has a target on e3. It will be very easy for black to compensate this white's plan.
Right. White's hoping to somehow cover everything and then collect a5 or d5. And not only could black try and defend those pawns, but it seems like because of queen g3, there's just too many weaknesses on the king side for white to ever have everything defended and then send their queen off on another mission. I think she's going to be needed to defend the king here. So yeah, black could play queen g3 here or trade once and then play queen g3. And
David, can I get your attention very quickly to the other game, as something very unnatural is happening and unusual as well. Let's get our bird eye view back and look at this endgame position of Shirov and Vidit. That's on the left side in one of these 2 games down there, and Vidit here plays e3 move, which seems to me being a very strategic move, as the pawn on c2 was hanging. Black ignored that, and he pushed first e pawn. Clearly he wants to break the white's pawn structure on the king side, but was not even hanging.
Yeah, no, he's just played multiple weird moves in a row, Ketty. I mean, the rook could have taken on c2 for 2 moves. And like rook on the second rank and capturing pieces, those are kind of things that you do in chess. So he played h5 on the previous move, which is already odd. And then Shirov played a4, which I figured was the plan with rook a6. And he plays e3. Hanging that pawn, leaving b5 hanging. What's
that's very interesting. I think his idea is to get this pawn on e3 and then to take on c2, and in the future to has this move rook c3, where the rook attacks both b3 and e3.
Yeah.
Although he could do it later too, after rook c2.
Right. I mean, and I guess part of it, Keddy, also is that if he trades on a4, rook a4, rook c2, the pawn on e4 is already kind of dying in those variations. He already has to play that endgame down a pawn, maybe. So predicting that he's going to have to give up that pawn, he chooses to break the structure first. And white's just got to take it. It's forced because if pawn takes b5, you can just play e2.
So that's a horrible situation. And now, rook d8 wins, as white's king is cut off the board and can get closer to e2 pawn. And that's going to be, I think white has to take it now. Makes no sense king f2 move, king f1 move.
Yeah, king f1 has no advantage over taking this pawn, I don't think. I mean, because you're going to trade the pawn on f2 then, but you could have taken on e3, and at least black needs to spend some time to go take it.
I think we have a moves here. White took the pawn on e3, and Vidit very quickly took the pawn on a4.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense why he decided. If he wanted to take pawn on a4, not c2 pawn first, then the variation which you just showed, white could have a passed pawn on the b file. And in this very situation, now white can have still this passer on the queen side, but also ruined pawn structure on the king side. And we can get very active on the second rank.
Yeah. So one line I'm considering for white, one idea is rook a4 to f4 to f2, trying to get behind your b pawn trickily. But black has probably two different ways to deal with that idea, two different satisfactory defenses. And that speaks to, you know, black's probably not in much danger if they've got two defenses. But I come here trying to get to this square here. And so rook c3, rook takes, b4, right? This is one option, but I think the black king blockades the pawn soon enough that black can hold this with the extra pawn there. And I think also that in this position, rook c1 check might be good enough.
Well, you're just showing us the variation which might lead to the draw, another draw, as the game of Mamedirov, Shahriar, and Hyoyangi has been ended in a draw right after queen g3, which you were suggesting that move that black could play. Then Shahriar decided to, not Shahriar, Hyoyangi probably decided to offer a draw right after this move, and it was accepted.
Yeah. Because basically in this position, you're forcing queen e1 from white. If rook e1, there was rook c2. So this is pretty straightforward that, you know, white has to come queen e1 and, you know, nothing.
Oh no, another draw just happened, David. What have you done to us?
You know, I've never actually drawn a game myself, so it's not like any of this is my aura.
Another game, Vityugov and Hare Krishna ended in a draw. Let's take a very quick look at this game. Right. What happened?
So I was a little bit surprised that Vityugov went c4. But yeah, he took back like this. And I guess Hari didn't want to go for queen d3, queen c7. Because he played queen d6. A super solid move, defending that a6 pawn, defending on f6. And yeah, I mean, the best that it seems Vityugov could get is a symbolic advantage by doubling pawns in this rook and pawn ending. But yeah, he didn't even go for that.
Yeah, the chat says that David loves draws. I don't know. It's chat, not me.
No. They're lying. They're lying.
Okay. Yeah.
They know they're lying. They know they're lying. That's why I didn't say they're mistaken. I said they're lying because they know it's not true. All right. So yeah, I mean, very solid. Very solid. Hari just put the queen on d6 and covered the weaknesses. Then we get some trades. So that's 4 draws in the books. Let's try and get the correct position for this game here. BA4. Shirov did take with the rook. No, that's just my variation. Sorry. BA4. Shirov hasn't played yet. So it's kind of, the pressure is on Vachier Lagrave to give the fans a decisive game at the moment.
It is his time now, and for sure he knows he's aware of the draw in the other game, and he can use this moment. He can use this moment, and I believe this is he's so well experienced player that he will not make any mistake just because the other game ended in a draw, which happens very often to the youth players and also children. When they see that the opponent, the direct opponent, ends the game in a lose and in a draw, then they get really excited, and then something goes wrong in their games as well. Or it was just me, I don't know. I had several experiences like that, and I understood that I had to be focused only on my game. And
only on you, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so looking at our most complicated position, I mean, if we want complicated positions, we should try figuring them out when we get them. So white's managed to make the rook on h6 a little bit less badly placed. I think Predka's done an okay job of covering himself for the moment. Looks like he would want to play knight e5, except he doesn't want to trade queens. Yeah, knight e5, black can trade queens and then play bishop e8, and white continues to suffer very badly. So that's not really a thing yet. What's the tactic on queen g3? Maybe we should double check Predke's work, because I mean, we're so happy of him defending the H file, but why can Vachier not take the pawn on g3? Like, what's the tactic here? Rook g1, queen g2, some kind of counterattack? I'm not sure what the idea is supposed to be.
Yeah, I think it can be something connected with knight g5, knight f7, or knight g5, rook e6, and queen e6 sacrifice. There we go.
Knight g5 going for rook e6. Yes.
And then queen e6. That's the main point, that you threaten a checkmate in the end.
Okay, so you've hit the queen. We'll go collect some more pawns. You put the rook on e6. I'll just keep taking. Why not? Put your queen on e6 and threaten checkmate. And well, we could sack a piece on d5, but that will only slow things down. That won't really help. We could cover the checkmate square with queen h5 or bishop here. I'm not sure which one is right or wrong, but I guess this would be my instinct.
Maybe instead, besides this funny variation, maybe knight takes e6 was
maybe just knight takes e6 and take the rook.
Now the point is that you can get on the g8 or f7 to step on this diagonal for sure, as the knight then takes the rook with a discovery check. You have to bring this rook on e5, but anyway, knight can take the rook and the bishop on e7 is pinned. So
pretty easy win for white, actually. So, okay, so I walked right into rook e6. Let's see if I can do better now. Moot point because Vachier didn't take the pawn, but maybe queen g4, trying to defend e6 or trade queens, might escape for black or justify this thing to some extent. I feel like white might even be able to play rook e6 here, because if you trade queens, then the rook saves itself, and you've improved the bishop, right, by opening up f7.
Yeah.
Maybe you'd have a chance to save this endgame at this point with rook e6. So,
but sadly, in this line, David, when queen is on g4, there will be no more pin on e-file, as you can take the queen, like for instance, f takes, knight takes, king e8, knight c5, and at this point, black can take the queen first and then unpin the bishop and take the knight.
So that we couldn't go for as white anymore. So if rook e6, pawn takes.
Well, we have b4, by the way.
Yeah, but we have b4 played. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, I think that Vachier with the long-term advantage, he doesn't want to go for queen g3 if knight g5 is going to win the pawn on e6, and you know he wants a very, very solid pawn cover around the king for now. So b4 is played. That's the more obvious move. We just had to ask the queen g3 question. And now this knight's got to go somewhere, and it doesn't really look like it's got anywhere good to go. So I don't see anywhere other than a2. I mean, it could go get itself trapped on a4. That's really dubious looking.
Yeah, another pointer to play b4 and to choose this move over queen g3 is that queen g3 sort of forces several more moves. Also, let's take a look at the clock, down to 2 minutes, less than 3 minutes on the clock for Predke at the move 26. They have played tons of game, and I really have doubt how Predke would manage to do it, as the position is still very tricky, and he cannot even sort out where to bring the knight, which square is better now. So this kind of moves before, and I don't know, even King G8 moves like this, I think puts more pressure on white than the straightforward moves.
Right. Absolutely. And it's a bad sign for Predke's confidence that he spent like a minute to 2 minutes playing knight a2. I mean, your knight was attacked by a pawn. It had one square to go to. You must just kind of be freaking out a little bit to spend that time on knight a2, I think.
Oof, I'm freaking out when I have 20 minutes on the clock. And then when you have less than 20 minutes on the clock, you already see the seconds already calculated. It's that kind of sign for me to speed up at this point and not to bring the time down to, I don't know, 2 minutes or something. So every time I see 20 minutes on the clock and the seconds, I'm freaking out already. It's very hard to manage this time problem and the position. The problem is the position at the same time for many players, and I'm sure even at this level we have seen some mistakes in the time scramble. So it's quite universal problem for everyone.
Kind of two moves I'd be looking at for Vachier here. They're a little bit more forcing, so you might not like them as much, but I mean, sometimes you just have to do what the position says, right? So I'm looking at rook f5 and I'm looking at knight d5. Knight d5, looking to maybe get white to trade their bishop for my knight so I can get the bishop pair and, you know, just anchor that piece there. And I don't know, I just feel happy like this.
Yes, it's very good looking move, and more
probably
inside.
Yeah, I mean, probably white doesn't take my knight here, but if they do, what it unlocks, you know, some dynamism on the queen side where you can start making threats against white's king, which would be ideal for black to attack the king. And then rook f5, I was just thinking like, whatever, we build up pressure and maybe we get a queen trade. So I don't know. Chat's asking about bishop e4 here. Bishop e4 here. I mean, at the moment, I'd be concerned about putting my bishop on a square not defended by a pawn. And c2 is still defended okay.
He was actually thinking of knight e4 to threaten the pawn on g3 to be captured by the knight and attack the queen. And also, like, you activate pieces even more and more. There are a lot of ideas here, I think.
Yeah. So maybe play knight g3, sure. Yeah. So Maxime's spending some time. You definitely want to look a couple moves ahead here and try and come up with something a little bit evil that can surprise your opponent 2 moves down the road. Prepare a 2 to 3 move sequence. Like if you're going to play knight d5, you have to look at rook e4. Make sure you know what you want to do against rook e4. If you're going to play rook f5, then maybe you want to look at knight e5, queen e2, rook e2, and already know where you're going to put your bishop on c6. Yeah, knight e4, you could also follow up with rook f6. Sure, make use of that rook too. Knight d5, rook e4, queen g3 looks okay. You could probably take that pawn there.
I'm trying to get more information about Predke's. Myself, I have not seen him at many of the tournaments, the Grand Prix. I think this is the first time for him, and I can see that he is also 27 years old, just like Anish Giri and Vidit and Fedosiev and Yeah, look at them being only 27 years old. I'm going to find actually more details about Pretke and bring it. I'm sure many of us wants to hear more about him. But now we're going to take a break and we'll come back with time problems for the players and some details about Pretke. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix round 4. I'm Katie. This is David, and we're having the moment that we were looking forward so much for each of us. And I can see a horrible blunder in the game of Pretke and Maxim Vasiljev. What is happening?
You're saying that's what you've been waiting for the whole day? A horrible blunder? Yeah, there's a million pieces hanging, so we're gonna have to catch up on what we missed. I know you also wanted to know some more about Pretke, so we can talk about that. The game proceeded with rook f5 by Vasiljev, one of the moves that we expected. Knight d4 going after the bishop, queen trade, rook takes. We get this far, and now bishop f3 played by Vasiljev. He had to predict this before he went for the queen trade. And he probably expected knight f3, rook f3 here with continuing pressure. But rook e4. I mean, I have no words for rook e4.
No, this is some digital issue. Like we have this digital board issues sometimes. So can we check like several more moves to figure out maybe it was some sort of like
right. I mean,
that's weird.
Yeah, you're wondering if he played rook takes e6 perhaps, which looked possibly interesting. I'm getting moves updated. Let's see. Oh, look, they fixed it. I was thinking he might have played rook e6. That's a more plausible kind of mistake. And the idea is on bishop d1 to play rook e7 with knight f5 coming. So there's a scenario where this could be brilliant. And if pawn takes e6, knight e6, he's looking for king e8, knight g7, knight f5, attacking everything. But I don't know if it fully works. Does it really work if the king goes onto the diagonal?
I think if king goes on f7, knight f4 makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, to stop king coming on g6 and then bring the knight back.
Okay.
On e6.
So, but after this move here, white's down a rook. A full rook. I mean, well, for 2 pawns, but I don't know. It doesn't look like that. So what was his idea if black took it? I mean, rook e6 was strong with queens on in some positions, but here it just doesn't look like it should work. Let's see. Vachier took this rook instead of the other one. So that allows rook e7, which is kind of his big genius idea, I thought. And he does go for it. And then Vachier plays bishop c2. Oh, he's going to save the rook and then take the rook.
Right.
This just doesn't look like it works for white at all.
Yeah.
King took, rook c5. Okay, so this is what happened. Rook c5, king here takes. So white has sacrificed 2 exchanges here.
Crazy. Of course, black has winning position. Usually one exchange sacrifice is enough, and the second sacrifice is too much. But clearly something went really wrong in the time problem. Predke has 1 minute and had 1 minute in this situation. And David, what can be the easiest way here to win the game?
I mean, first, you just want to extricate this rook, I guess, because until the rook comes out, you don't have the advantage. But rook h8 to b8, which would be most obvious, allows knight c6. Rook h8, you could maybe play rook d8, because then this knight's not free for knight c6. Rook h8 to d8 could be a way to play. You could also just tuck your king away to avoid forks at some point. Keep your king away from those knights till the rooks do their work.
That's what I would do, to be honest.
Yeah. I think the first thing you need to do is improve this rook. So Vachier played knight d7. So that lets the rook across on the 6th rank and also covers these knight c6 check moves. So there won't be forks. Knight d5 is played, king f8. And that's where we're at. Predke's got his 30 seconds per move. And Vachier, used some time, but was left with 7 minutes and doesn't need too much more time at this point.
Yeah, even the starting time control is a classical 1 hour and 30 minutes from the beginning. And then they get 40 minutes right after 40 moves. It's just very hard to get until the 40 moves safe on the ground. So something went wrong here for Predke, but I can see it also. The other game.
Yeah, it's very hard to say what Predke was thinking with rook e6, because it looked like rook e6 in this position. It looked like it should lose after pawn takes rook or after bishop takes rook. I just don't believe this at all. It's a super unrealistic move. I mean, I imagine that in this variation he missed bishop takes c2. But what he missed in the variation where black just takes the rook with the pawn, I don't know. I just don't know what
crazy.
Like, what's the realistic scenario for white at this point, right? If you take the rook, then you're just down a piece.
Yeah.
And if you take on e6 with your bishop, then I suppose black could take your second rook. And if you take with the knight, then you're just not doing anything anymore.
Oh, I know what he wanted to do. 96. No. He had this beautiful idea. Oh my God, David, look at this. King f7, knight g5, double check.
Yeah.
If he wants to try to escape with king g6, no, king g6. there is bishop f7, crazy checkmate.
Okay, but I wanted to go to e8.
Don't ask me.
And
Strange question.
Then it's just resignation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really mysterious sacrifice here by Pruess, for sure. Why don't we come back here a little bit later and meanwhile check out the other game, as something also really strange is happening in the game of Sam Shankland and Etienne Bacro.
Right.
Here it seems like Etienne missed something.
Yeah, there was an exchange of blows in this game as well here, where Bacro put the rook here where it's sort of active, but also a little bit trapped. And Sam came up with the idea of knight e5, knight c6 to tempo the rook, trade e7, and win the c5 pawn. And suddenly that pawn was in danger. Knight c6. Fancy moves from Bacro, but it's basically the same trade. And now the c5 pawn is in great danger. Knight d7 was played. Rook d1 was played. Knight f6. Rook check. King f7.
At this point, Bacro is in huge time trouble.
Right.
Like Sam Shankland. Sam has 5 minutes now. And very likely he missed something in this situation.
Yeah. So goes for the a7 pawn. King g6. Rook takes a7. Now probably rook takes b3 needs to be played. In a pure knight endgame where you sort of take on e4 and say material's still equal, with an outside passed a pawn and the black pieces where they are, that's not. It's quite likely a forced loss for black, honestly. So rook b3. And Sam puts all his hopes in the a pawn. Knight e4. If you wanted to play rook e7, why not have played it the move before? So that on knight e4, you'd have rook takes check. Maybe it doesn't matter much. Knight e4, rook here, king just defends it. And now what's white trying to do? a6.
Yeah. Rook a3 and a7, just to have this pawn as farther as possible.
Okay, yeah. So all the eggs in the a pawn basket. It looks a little bit scary, but Sam has even gone down a pawn to get that a pawn forward. He could have been ahead a pawn, and instead playing down a pawn.
And last 2 moves to be done here from white, and last 3 moves from black. This is move 38, and Etienne Bacro is down to 40 seconds, as I can see. Another game has been ended, and this is the game of Alexei Shirov and Vidit Gujarati. And guess the result. What is surprising. Like, we did not know. Another game also ended. The game of Fedosiev and Richard Rapport ended in a draw.
Yeah. And I don't know if I should take my eyes off the game that's live with 20 seconds on the clock for Bacro.
We don't blink now.
To click on the end of those draws. I mean, Shirov versus Vidit, we'd seen that it was kind of... We'd seen it was probably a draw, that rook endgame. So
7 seconds, and he makes a check, knight c3 check. He wants to move the knight on b5, probably to stop the pawn in that way.
He could either sack the knight for the pawn, or he could go to d5 and mess with white's coordination. But the king has this opportunity to get off the second rank and go to c4 here and get into the fight. If king d3, does knight d5 win though? King d3, knight d5, king c4, rook c3, king b5, knight d97. Yeah. So I don't think he can go king d3. I think it just loses.
No. I think after king d3, there is also rook a3 to attack the pawn and keep this check, knight d5 on the board, and then force white to move away with the king c4, and then you do have some time to grab a6 pawn, grab knight on c6, and to have these 2 extra pawns in the rook game. I think the things can change dramatically after that move.
Okay. So more likely he's going to play like king d2, king c2 here. And black's going to play knight b5 and rook a3, we think, to control the a pawn.
Yeah. King d2 is on the board. This is 39, and the bucker goes really fast. Rook a3. Last moves. Very often, most of the players lose the game on move 40 or 39 or even 41. So this range of the moves are very tricky.
Yeah. Well, rook a6 would win for black unless Sam plays a7. So his 40th move is pretty easy. And he's got a few minutes left as he makes time control. And now we're expecting knight b5 from Bakro, keeping eyes on that a pawn and clearing the way to eventually play c4, c3.
Right. David, what happens after knight b5 and rook b7? If white tries to kick the knight and then to play rook b7, rook b8 with
yeah, rook b7 makes the most sense of all. And that's what black needs to have something prepared against. Rook b7.
Oh, I think I know the move. Knight d4, I guess. If you trade the knights, then your rook never gets active. If you play rook b8,
then you want to go maybe knight c6.
You're pretty much forced to sacrifice an exchange there.
All right, I'm going to show that idea. So rook b7, we could expect maybe knight d4 from black, and then white has to try rook b8 anyway. Knight takes c6 is the only move I see here. Queens, and takes it, and takes it. Now, I mean, of course, white has some winning chances if anyone has winning chances, and black has none. But it's probably drawable for black. One thing I've seen is that with the f pawn instead of the e pawn and no c pawn, that you can draw on one side of the board with 3 pawns against 2. With the knight, the e6 pawn is probably a little bit worse than the f7 pawn because it's isolated. The fact that it's a passed pawn doesn't help since black's not, pushing it down the board and trying to win. Maybe there would still be some torture here, but that looks like a pretty reasonable defense for black against rook b7.
Yeah, otherwise you don't really see how to stop this rook coming on b8 and then to promote.
Oh, I see one other thing you can do. You could give checks forever because the white king can't go to c4 because of knight d6.
Yeah, king can go to the other side of the board, like to h3 to hide, and then
you could walk all his way here, h4, h3, and then hide under g3. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But to do that, the king would have to go up to h4. Then maybe you can make a mating net.
That's actually best idea. I think you can try it first to give the check and make white think and lose some time here. And in the same variation, you still keep this idea of knight d4, and the king is very far on the king side. So
we're looking at some position like this, and now we're going to use the knight d4 idea, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
It's funny that we are really going over there to hide, but it was the only square on the board. So now rook to b8. And okay, you could take the knight and play that same endgame, but I was wondering if you can't checkmate this king.
That's a very good idea, actually, to keep the knight on the board there. Yeah, for sure, this is a chance for the viewers. We can give the information that both boards have been reached already, move 40. And now we have time to analyze all these games and the possible moves. And probably very likely now the players are taking a little bit break from the board as well to refresh their minds, and the rest a little bit get some walk, some drink, and we probably will not have any fast moves here, especially
we've got one. We've got one from Sam. He was pretty confident he wanted to try rook b7. He played that and
he's not losing the time. He's not
about 2 minutes. He's trying to still put some pressure on Bakro, because anybody who's played in these kind of OTB tournaments with the new time control where you only get 30 minutes at move 40 instead of an hour, it used to be you would get an hour and it was normal to spend 15, 20 minutes on your first move after time control, sort of getting reacquainted with it, calming down, get a sip of water, get settled again. But if you're only getting 30 minutes added, you spend 15, 20 minutes on a move, you're right back in time pressure.
Yeah. And you know what's even like now modern and very fashion for the tournaments in Europe, the open tournaments, to have classical time control 1 hour and 30 minutes without 30 minutes of increment. So you don't have increment, you have a shorter round in a day, and then they are trying to make you to play second game. So the tournaments which want to, for us, it's a big issue.
I hear, yeah.
And some tournaments happens to be in like 5 days. They reduced from 9 to 5. In that sense, like you play one round one day, and the second day you play 2 rounds, and then fourth round one day, and so on. And in that tournament, there's no increment after 40 moves, and that's a true challenge, because basically you don't have enough time to play until the end game. Yeah.
So I think part of the speed here on this move, rook b7 from Shankland, is he wants to put Bakro right back into time trouble. Right? Because that's possible. That if Bakro is tired and happy to get to time control, but he's black and he wants to sit there and collect himself for 5 or 10 minutes on Sam's time, but Sam plays rook b7 in 1 or 2 minutes, he can try and get his opponent tired, right? He can try and attack their time and all that. But Bakro's up to the task. He played rook a2 in 2 minutes. He's doing fine. Does Predk have anything left in his position when they reached move 40?
Well, this is really mysterious game to me, this rook e6. And starting from even e5 and bishop a6, there was truly quite challenging situation from Predk.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Predk is still playing.
And David, while we are having now this game still going on, we are switching to the Bullet Chess Championship, which is happening here right now at this channel, and we'll be switching to Chess.com live. So you guys have 2 challenges. You can open up 2 browsers in your computer and check both of the tournaments. Make sure that you don't miss Bullet Chess Championship.
Yeah. Bullet's hard enough to keep up with. To watch 2 events at once is going to be quite a challenge.
You have 2 eyes.
That's right. I just got to train them so I can.
Yeah, you can do like that. All right. So in this position.
Yeah.
You want to? Yeah. Okay.
Since they've made time control, do you want to see how the 2 draws ended in draws?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So we'll go to Shirov and Vidit first, because I think I can figure that out the fastest because I'd already thought about it. So Shirov chose rook f4 and b4. So the rook on the 4th rank can defend the b pawn. Okay, he's trying to stabilize the position of the rook by preventing g5 and also make a path for the king to come out this way. e5, disrupting the rook, and now the king just comes up and attacks the rook. e4 to stop that. And now Oh, and now there's a wall on f4 and g4, so the white king can't even get anywhere.
Oh yes, the king can get can't access there, and you can't even leave g2 pawn. Can
played king d3 and offered a draw here.
Not king f3, but king d3.
Yeah. I guess if you want to draw, it's safer to just play king f3, right?
Yeah. That's very interesting strategy. You're putting your opponent in this situation, right? Like you can actually go for rook g2 and try to play it more, and white is ready to play king c3, stop rook coming on b2, and then start to push the pawn. That is very, very tricky situation that white just played. Shiro.
Yeah.
And David, as all the games have been ended in the Group C, we can see that not much things have been changed after this round. Rupert and Gujarati are still having two. They are sharing the first, second places, and Fidose and Shirov are following them right after. So yeah, after so much of the draws, I think we will not have much of the changes.
Yeah, not too many changes today.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the other game from that group. We saw it around here. Oh, sorry, we didn't see this, but what Rapport played in this position was rook a8, looking to trade off white's well-placed rook on a7. That's like the biggest of white's advantages in this position. Knight on a5 is undefended, so Fedosiev takes the pawn on c6. We get a bunch of trades, and at the end, Rapport had planned to win back his pawn directly. It can't go to b4 because of this, and if bishop c4, he's calculated that he can trade it and then just attack it again with the bishop, and there's nowhere for it to go. So there was only one way for Fedosiev to keep the game going at all, which was bishop b2. Kicking this knight d3, he trades it, and so he gets to play with an extra pawn briefly here against the bishop pair. And
yeah, with pair of bishop, I think black had nothing to worry of to make a draw. And oh my God, I'm very much impressed by your prediction, David. We do have 7 draws.
Yeah.
Another game has been ended, and this is Sam Shankland, Etienne Bocquereau. I'm so surprised they have ended the games rather fast than we thought. But I think we really had very interesting continuation in that game. So
yeah. Good solution by Bocquereau. He gives the check on the second rank and then just gives away the knight for the a pawn. That is much cleaner than what we were thinking about. And then he can just take on g2 and oh yeah, clear draw. White's got nothing left to play with.
Yeah, Etienne Bocquereau is a very interesting chess player, and nowadays he's a coach and the head coach of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's second, and very often they're traveling tournaments together, like at the World Cup, where it seems like Maxime was kicked out earlier than Etienne, and then Maxime was there at the tournaments to help his second. And Etienne had really nice events, World Cup 2021, and this is a French grandmaster who broke some records as being a very young and talented chess player, and after some time he just came back right now in the chess and still standing strong and
doing well again. Played a good game here, and by rating he's one of the lower players in the FIDE Grand Prix, but he has had no, I mean, it's always hard to play against 2700s, but he hasn't shown any particular problem competing against the 2700 plus players so far. So 7 draws in the books, 1 game still to play. I do promise you one decisive result here. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, countryman of Bocquereau, they played the longest games together today, He should.
I just got an idea, David. Like, why don't we play lottery and you choose the numbers?
Okay.
we're gonna win for sure. As you have just predicted. Like, does this happen very often to you, that you're calculating by the, I don't know, some numbers that you were talking about, or you just
like guessing the odds of something happening? I probably think in terms of numbers a lot. Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I would give Maxime a 99.8% chance to win this game.
That's obviously a lot.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it still requires some technique here. Not really technique, but some time.
Yeah. And from the other games, I would say I was right to think that Shanklin would have some chances today, even though he didn't win the game. You never know for sure that a game's going to be a win or a draw. You know, you're predicting stuff. It's really kind of guesswork, but you've got an idea of like which player with white, which player with black, which player with what tournament situation is more likely to cause problems. And, you know, Sam had some chances that game. He chose to put it all on the A pawn, and Buckrow had a good idea to bring the knight back to b5 and sack for it because Sam had given up so many pawns.
And they did not just agree on draw. Buckrow had to achieve it, and Sam obviously tried his best. Earlier, I suggested to talk a little bit more, to bring more information about Alexander Pretka, that we have not heard much about this player, and we know that he's 27 years old, 20 years old from Russia. And we can see that he is 53rd ranked player in the world. You might say like, 53rd, but this is a really, really good result indeed. And he reached top 100 players some time ago. It was in 2019. Right before the pandemic started. So I think that's a really, really good achievement for a chess player to be in a top 100 player indeed. And for many youth player, this is quite of achievement. And I can see that his rating bar is quite even for past few years. He's a Russian champion under 16. And he's also several times a prize winner in the big tournaments in Russia.
Yeah. Now, I mean, what I can tell you about him is that he's probably one of the higher rated players that some people haven't heard of, right? I mean, a lot of people will know, you know, will think that they know any player rated that high if you follow world chess, but they might not know much about him. They might not have seen him as much. And I think the main reason for that is that he is a late bloomer by current modern chess kind of standards, right? I think he became a grandmaster probably around age 19, if I had to guess, as opposed to at age 12 or 13 or something like that, right? So at the age where he was becoming a GM, other top players were already over 2,600 already. I mean, you know, the top 18, 19, 20-year-olds in the world are already just in the top players in the world, period, right? Yeah. And he was just becoming a GM. He didn't hit 2,600 until he was maybe 23, 24. Some people have already peaked by that point, right? And he's gained another 85 points since that. And he's only starting to approach 2,700 at age 27. And then another thing about it is some of that rating rise came during the pandemic. So the last time people were really following classical chess, he was 2,600. Now suddenly you say like 2,680 something. That's like really close to being a super GM. He's competing in the candidate cycle. So he has definitely continued improving later in age than a lot of other people do. You could compare that to Sam Shanklin, whose game we were just watching with Buckrow. Sam Shankland also, you know, was just starting to play chess when other people are becoming international masters and winning world youth events and stuff like that. And I would guess that Predke probably didn't win a lot of world youth events. So
that's at least we're not aware of that. He has been winning some tournaments in Russia, but not to youth and the world. As for instance, we have heard of Maxim Fascilegrad, who was winning quite a lot of those events, and many other players. But yeah, for as many players, I think Predke was one of those who was not really who has not increased their rating because of pandemic, but the latest tournament that he played really well, and that's why we have him here at this competition, is Grand Swiss in Riga. And he played quite impressive tournament. He got 7th place, and he even scored ahead of Shirov, who also gets from the Grand Swiss. So that was a pretty nice time in the tournament from Predke. And now he got this opportunity to play at this event, which I think and I believe he's very happy of. At least he guarantees himself 10,000 euros just being a part of the two tournaments at the Grand Prix, as we know that 5,000 euros is a guarantee for all the players.
So I think the players like that, you can see them continue to improve at a later age than other people. Like Predke and Shankland, they're already at an age where for many players, they would have already reached their peak rating. But I suspect that both of them are players who can actually continue to get a little bit better because their trajectory was a little bit slower and longer. So I could see Predke cresting 2,700 at some point. Not this game, but
oh, that was savage. No one expected that from you, David. But yeah, we have this situation, and I don't know, it was Maxim who played really well, or let's be honest, Predke started to play a weird move starting from f4. We really dislike that. Maybe we do have some time and we can bring that at the board, as we were referring that White could play f3 and g4 to start the attack, but instead he went for f4, and we actually pointed out the move f4. It's not that good. It allows knight to come on g4.
Yeah. And he had in mind to press forward with e5. But honestly, I wonder if he had some plan other than, because what he did here, it doesn't look like it should be anything good for White. Just trading off your center, trading off your dark squared bishop. For what? I mean, Black's got a bunch of moves possible. Queen c7 forced him back. And he was on the defensive ever since throughout this game.
You think he miscalculated some variation, or he just
he might have had a different plan. I don't. It's hard to guess what happened because it looks so implausible for White, and I don't exactly see what he might have had in mind here. Like, did he have another plan instead of e5, and then he went for e5?
Yeah, very interesting approach by Predke. I thought he would go just away. For instance, like Tabatabai went for against Anish Giri because clearly all his opponents are very tough. But Maxim is the player you can hardly find a weakness in his repertoire on, even if his way of playing, like he can save his game in a very a hopeless position. Like we have seen first 2 games, the way he was saving was really impressive, and also the 3rd game he was the one who was 1 pawn down against Yu Yangi, and for sure Predke was I believe he was a bit careful, and the moves like f4 and then e5 and bishop h6 is the opposite of being careful.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got an interesting question in chat, whether maybe some of these players who, come to chess a little bit later and have like a longer, slower growth trajectory, if they might have healthier relationships with chess than people who take to chess as prodigies and have been playing chess their whole life. From my experience, I would say it still just depends on the player. I don't think being a prodigy or being somebody who comes to the game later in life, I don't think either one determines your relationship to chess. I still think it's on you. It depends on, how you're wired to be happy or not happy, your family, other things in your life. I think it's all very complicated.
Oh, yes. And also it is very important that all these players at this level, if you want to be one of the elite chess players, you need a big support, big financial support, because it is very hard to compete against the opponents who has team of the seconds, team of the coaches, and very strong engine. So there is a lot of small details that we are not aware of, and the players are clearly hiding it and they don't want to really show it up. But I'm sure that those players who we have here, at least, like most of them, are pretty much supported by their federations, or I don't know, by sponsors, for instance. But you also need this kind of support that's unfortunately not every player gets. We can talk actually more about this kind of topics, as we do have one last game and this goes a little bit slow. But before that, let's take our final break for this round, and we will come back shortly right after the round. So I know you want to go to see the Rapid Chess Championship, but don't go. We'll be back soon. the final game of the round 4 has been ended as we were on the break, and now we are back to summarize the day and also pick up the best game for today. And this is your rapid recap of a day. We choose to analyze the game of Alexander Predke and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. David, what happened here?
All right. So Predke came into Vachier's famous Najdorf Sicilian with an unexpected move, Queen F3, and he managed to make Maxim think a little bit about it. And so I thought, promising start. He found a variation that maybe Maxim doesn't know as well, hasn't prepped recently. Maybe there's some room to outplay the opponent here. But what quickly developed actually was that Predke just was not actually that confident how to play the position himself. He started getting behind on time within just a couple moves here, sort of normal moves from both players. And he chose the plan of going for F4, which didn't make any sense. He spent 15 minutes on this move, King B1. And there's kind of two stories to how this game goes badly for him. One is time usage, which I usually think is associated with confidence. And the other could be that, he didn't know what to do with this position, but they sort of come together. It's either confidence or knowledge of the position, but he goes for F4 and E5 right here. Something that looks complicated, but honestly, it's just not very good, is it?
It is not very good. And all these things started when White actually played F4. Instead of this, we were hoping that he would go for F3 to maintain the center really strong here, to guard the pawn on E4, and then to push the pawn on G4, G5. However, here Maxim Vachier-Lagrave was very smart to keep the king in the center, not castled, not allowed White to have the king side attack, and also to be very, very active on the queen side. Because after this moves B5, Rook C8, it created a lot of danger. And for instance, after move F3, there was a move B4, which was winning a knight, and this knight was stuck here on C3 thanks to King B1, which we considered not to be the best option for White. But besides this knight trap, there was several positions where Black was also hitting the knight on C3, and there was quite typical sacrifice here in Sicilian when you just break down the queen side pawn structure and then try to play on the dark squares. But all this was unnecessary, as White here made really, really weird decision to play F4 first, allow knight to jump on G4, and then E5. But this is just the start of the interesting and exciting position.
And even here, I mean, E5 is kind of the logical follow-up to F4, but it was so bad that White would have been better off just, retreating the bishop and keeping the game going in some other way. But this is the follow-up. It leads to this trade. And then to get back the pawn that's sacrificed, White takes on H6, developing Black's rook and giving up the nice bishop. And at this point, Vachier has inevitability on his side. If the game goes to an end game, Black wins. If White doesn't come up with some kind of tactic in the middle game, Black wins. So it's just really tough against the bishop pair and the nice protected passed E-pawn. It's very tough to play for White. Vachier did an interesting maneuver bringing his queen active. This worked out really well, although it was pretty tricky to figure out. So they activated their rooks. He offered a queen trade, which of course White doesn't want.
Yes, David, in this position, for those players who are not very familiar to Sicilian defense and they play some other openings, they might consider that White has here some counterplay for this exchange of the center to the side. But in fact, King on E8 is very safe. It's not under attack. And in fact, if we get the end game, it's even closer to be in the center and support this pawn. And also we were talking about this position during the commentary, as not very often black gets pair of bishop and the center in Sicilian, as it is really sharp opening, and usually white is the one who fires the whole board.
Yeah. So so white played a4, which I mean doesn't help white too much. Vachier took his king off of the central file. They made a trade. G3, which doesn't end up helping white either, because after black puts pressure on the knight, black finally got the queen trade that they wanted to. And here queens came off the board. And Vachier plays bishop f3. And this is kind of a critical moment for the game as well, although I think that whatever white did, black would probably end up winning the game. But normal would be to play knight takes f3, rook takes f3, and then grovel with opposite colored bishops, hoping for some kind of a miracle draw. Instead, Predke hoped for a miracle tactic with rook e6, and we couldn't quite figure out what...
We did. There was only one line with a beautiful checkmate. Let's show that, David.
So Ketty thinks that the dream that made Predke play like this was the dream of Vachier walking the king to g6.
Exactly. And after king g6, although this is the only move who loses the game, there is a beautiful checkmate on f7. And if you agree with me, you can put down in the comments that you agree with me right after watching this recap.
Ketty was
otherwise,
right.
I really don't see any other explanation why you give up the rook for just a pawn on e6.
Yeah, so it's hard to say. I mean, maybe he could have hallucinated something because he was so low on time, right? He could have imagined something a little bit weird, but he played rook e6. MVL picked this rook. We're pretty certain that he could have taken either rook and won the game. I don't think the variation was sound in either direction, but here there was a very, very important move. I think probably the only move to conveniently win this position for black was bishop c2, saving the rook from knight f5, because king e7, knight f5, gets all your rooks eaten, and a slower move like rook f1, white has time to play rook takes f7 check, right? And white is kind of in the game. They can always cover their king with knight c1, and they've got good compensation for an exchange here. 2 pawns already, and the black king in bad shape. So important move from Vachier was bishop c2. And then there's either going to be rook f1 check, or in the game, rook c5 check. And then he can capture the rook on e7 because there's no longer a rook hanging on f5. And from here, it was just mop up.
Yeah. Very likely this whole tactic starting from rook e6 sacrifice was missed by bishop c2 intermediate move there. And it is worth to mention that Predke had at this point only 1 minute on the clock, and he still had to play several more moves. So he really tried his best. He saw some tactics there, and he went for it. Unfortunately, it did not work out. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had more time on the clock, so he could use this time to find the proper way to get out of these traps that Predke made. And in the end, we had the position where white sacrificed to exchange, which in practice is just impossible to save. And it was just a matter of a few more moves from both players, right?
Yeah, I like the last move that Maxime played as well, which is they'd gotten to this position, and the white pieces have kind of surrounded this rook and trapped this one rook. So I don't know that Maxime had 100 different ways to win here, but there's probably a couple. But I like that the plan was that he saved the trapped rook with this sacrificing move of the rook that's not trapped, but it creates a funny geometry where he collects all the white pieces. Like Predke resigned here, but if knight takes, then rook takes, and the king can't get back and defend each of these, right? And if knight d4, then say knight c6, and no white piece can defend on d4. So it's a kind of funny little unusual tactic here with rook g4 in this kind of open endgame position. So it was a nice finish by Maxime, and overall, I think he played great today.
He played great, and also the final move, rook g4, is truly amazing and can be the topic of the chess puzzle. Looks very, very impressive by Maxime. By this win, he became leader of his group D. We were looking forward to have a leader for 3 days in a row, but today in the round 4, he scored a point with black pieces, and this was the game, and this was your rapid recap of the day. Well, here we have all the results, and yeah, David, you must be very, very happy to guess all these 0.5s, but in the end, there's one last game where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won with black pieces that we were just talking about. All these draws means that we don't have any changes in the groups. Let's very quickly take a look that I am correct saying that, but we do have a very big update in the group D, and Maxime is now leading this group with a half point ahead of Mamedyarov and Yu Yonggi. And David, what happens in group B?
In group B, Giri is still a full point ahead. He's the most likely to qualify because he's got the biggest lead, and also because he's playing great. Those kind of go hand in hand in general. The person in the lead often is playing the best and often has the best chance to win. Today he drew just fine with Tabatabaei. It was not too exciting, and so the standings remain the same. And we'll have to see, but I think he'll likely qualify in the end. I don't know what's going to happen in groups A or C, where we've got 3 players within half a point of each other in each of those groups. Those seem pretty impossible to predict, but do you have any insight? You want to tell us anything from your crystal ball?
I think in these 2 groups, A and B, we might have some sort of tie breaks in the end of this knockout system, because this is quite interesting situation. I believe at this level, those players will not give up the leader's position. Although we have seen some unusual and in the first leg, this is very interesting. Things are getting really, really heated up. And let's take a look at the matchups, which will be after the rest day. So we're going to have Sam Shankland facing Andreikin, and Andreikin seems to be his closest closest participant in this group A. Then we have Bakro and Grishuk. In group B, we do have Hari Krishna trying to stop Giri, and Vityukov gonna try his best against Tabatabaei. What happens in group C?
Shirov against Fedoseev, and then another meeting of 2 players tied for first place between Vidit and Rapport, just like Shanklin and Andreikin, right? The 2 players tied for the lead in group C are facing each other in this round. Vidit with white, he lost with black against Rapport, so he's got white this game. We'll have to see if he wants to try and win the section right there using his white, or if he sort of fears Rapport a little bit after their last game and tries to stabilize that one with a draw and try to win his last round game. So that's to be seen. And group D matchups, we'll have Predke, who just lost against Vachier, will face Mamedyarov. So that'll be a chance for Mamedyarov to try and score his first point. Maybe you can find somebody who's bleeding. And Vachier-Lagrave will have white against Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, that's the matchups of the next round. Round 5 is on the way, but we will not have broadcast tomorrow as players are having the rest day. I told you, David, I kind of felt that they were a bit tired today, and this rest day is right time for them. So tomorrow we're off of the commentary, but we're coming back from the other day at Sunday. And all the actions will resume by then. So thank you so much, David, for joining me for the commentary. It was a great pleasure to have you here today.
Thanks, Katie. Thank you. It was lots of fun to do this with you, and I hope you have a great round on Sunday.
Thank you very much, David, and thanks a lot to our chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Big thanks to our producer who had the appearance today at the show. and yeah, all the best for the rest of the day or evening, and don't miss the action at the Bullet Chess Championship, which is happening right now. We will be back soon on Sunday. See you soon.